All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms out there, of course, and YouTube. If you like to watch the show, you can do that through YouTube, and you can see how we look. Brock had his facial just 2 days ago, so it's really starting to come into his own now. You'll get to see Brock at 7 and from then on out. And then 97.3 HD2, another really good way to listen to the show here in Seattle, crystal clear, high-definition radio. If you're into that kind of thing, it really makes the show sound better. So a couple of thoughts there for you on ways you can listen to the show. Look, the Mariners played so early yesterday that I don't want to start there. We know what happened. The Mariners lost. They lose the series. They just, unfortunately, combined, it feels like all of the runs they were planning to score in this series into one game. And so because of it, they just weren't able to get it done in the other two. We'll discuss a little bit more this morning, but there was nothing new. The team goes up, the team goes down. There's a lot of look, I don't know which team they are. They pitch really well every day now, I think is the way that's going to go. And if they hit well, they'll be in good shape, right? I mean, it's not that different. Jerry said it the other day, like, we're back to the old formula. Yeah, we are. I mean, they're back to that point where every single time you look at you imagine yourself as the other team, like, oh, who do you got in the series? Well, it doesn't really matter because any three of the five guys are pretty darn good. And they're doing it. They're rolling out good pitching, good starting pitching nearly every day. That's not to say guys won't have a hiccup now and again, but there's no one in this rotation who the other side's like, sweet, we got a break. We got that guy, right? Like, I mean, you saw the difference in what the Red Sox look like with Garrett Crochet versus what the Red Sox look like with Walker Buehler. It's a night and day difference. One guy is a dominant ace-like starting pitcher. The other guy's probably working his way out of Major League Baseball right now. Mariners aren't like that. They're coming at you with excellent starting pitching day after day after day after day, and that's why most days they should be in the game. But it's a matter of, do you get 6 RBI from Cal in a day and a couple of home runs, or do you get nothing like yesterday? No home runs, and you didn't get enough walks. Walks and home runs, walks and home runs, walks and home runs. I'll keep beating that drum as I have for the last 3 years. When you walk and when you hit home runs, you tend to win a lot more baseball games. I know that the strikeouts, I've admitted, yes, they matter. They do. They don't matter as much as the walks and the home runs. You can live with strikeouts as long as you get enough walks and home runs. Cal hit a grand slam the other day. What happened in the 2 at-bats right before it? Walk. I guess they weren't at-bats. They were plate appearances. Excuse me. But you get the idea. Like, yeah, it's great that Cal hit the home run. I love the home run. Everybody loves the home run. Everybody loves a grand slam. You got to hit them. But you can take the 2 walks right ahead of them. That's why it's a grand slam and not a solo shot or a 2-run shot. So that's sort of the basics on the Mariners, and we can go a little deeper into that if you want. But I saw an article this morning. Did you read Awful Announcing? I'm kind of up and down, but I like a lot of the stuff that they do. I think it's a nice. It groups a lot of things that I find interesting. So I saw this on Awful Announcing, and when I read the headline and when I started reading it, I thought it was going to make me really mad, and that I thought it was going to be completely absurd, and I was going to be like, I don't understand how this man is so confused about his sport. But by the end of the article, I was like, oh, wait, actually, that's kind of an interesting idea. So I like anytime I can be surprised like that, right? As a radio host, I think sometimes it can feel like you're just looking for, like, stupidity out there to complain about. And it's nice when you think you might have found that, but instead it turns out to be kind of what I think could be an interesting idea. Anyway, I'll read you the details here and we can go from there. This is, as I said, from Awful Announcing. Major League Baseball finds itself on the precipice of a major media rights restructuring. Excuse me, I added a syllable. And its commissioner is looking towards the NBA for guidance. So right away, I see baseball and NBA, and I'm like, bad comp. More, you've heard me rant on this before. The NBA is built on a national model of stars that everyone around the country cares about and not local teams that anybody in that market cares about. Baseball's exactly the opposite. The national game is not that interesting. Sunday night baseball's gone. People don't have those touch points for the national game, but they love their own team, and it's a very, very good local sport. Anyway, Come 2028, MLB will be returning to the market with its full suite of national media rights packages. At the same time, upheaval in the local media rights marketplace has the league eyeing a nationalized strategy for that inventory. And Commissioner Rob Manfred is taking notes from a peer league, the NBA, on how to both maximize MLB's revenue potential while ensuring franchise valuations for owners, more on that to come, grow more in line with its basketball counterpart. Speaking at Braves Investor Day on Wednesday, Manfred spoke to why the NBA's media rights model, which focuses on national inventory, can serve as a blueprint for MLB in 3 years and increase club valuations in the process. Here's what he said, quote, "Because of the changes in the media market, it's clear we need to have a more national media strategy. And what that means is you're going to generate more central revenue. When franchise get valued, the more central revenue you have, the higher the multiple is applied to the revenues. And the reason for that is simple. Buyers see it as more predictable as opposed to local things like ticket sales that go up and down. You make these 10-year deals, everybody knows you're getting X in central money, and that increases the multiple that gets applied." So essentially what he's saying is if owners in baseball are looking to sell, their franchises are going to be worth a lot more with a better centralized national media deal than they are with the locals, because those things are ironclad. They're set in stone, right? They're coming from big companies with tons of money as opposed to local companies whose revenue go up and down, ticket sales, which goes up and down according to whether or not you're winning. The nice thing about the NFL deal or the NBA new deal is that stuff's guaranteed. You don't have to win or lose or anything else. There's no chance to it. You don't need a local economy or a local business to stay afloat. You're getting money from Budweiser and Chevy and like all of these companies that have, long-term money to spend forever and ever. So then they start talking through how, look, the NBA franchises are worth a lot more and this and that. And the whole time I'm reading this going, my God, is Manfred truly this thick? Does he really believe that Major League Baseball is going to get NBA-style national rights deals when no one cares about the product outside of their own city? That seems absurd to me. Thankfully, as I said, the article surprised me at the end. This is what they're trying to do, and I do think it's interesting. I don't know whether or not it works or not, but it's interesting. The commissioner has made clear that by 28, he'd like to centralize as many teams' local media rights onto one platform as possible. The theory is that a combined package of local rights could draw a bigger paycheck from the likes of an Amazon, Apple, Netflix, etc., than if each club sold its local rights individually. Now Manfred is saying this strategy has the added benefit of predictability, which improves franchise valuations. Does that make sense? So basically, if I understand that right, what Manfred's proposing is for the Mariners, the Astros, let's just take the AL West, right? All 5 teams in the AL West, combining their media rights deals together. So rather than the Mariners selling on Root and the Angels selling on whatever Sports Southwest, like whatever names all of these little RSNs have, that the 5 teams or however many it is, I'm just using that as an example, get together and say, we're going to sell the AL West package on Netflix. So Netflix then can sell to a much larger company, right? It's not just getting it from Joe's Furniture Store in Seattle and, Bob's Hardware Store in Houston, who are somewhat limited in their resources. Instead, they're selling to Chevrolet and to Ford and to Budweiser, et cetera, and they're getting much larger, more predictable deals that then go out through all of these local games. I don't know if that works. I'm not sitting here telling you that it does or that it's a huge boon for baseball, but at least it's not, hey, we're going to try to get great national media rights for baseball, because that's just not going to work. At the end of the day, I think this is going to end up being good news for the Mariners and good news for baseball. He said, what was the date on that? 2028? I just think there's going to be a massive labor stoppage before then. It's going to be awful. My personal opinion. It's going to be awful. I think there's going to be an awful labor stoppage, and we're going to hate it. and we're going to sit here and say, oh, my God, the owners are so greedy. Oh, my God, the players are so awful. And we're going to go back and forth, and people are going to draw sides, and they're going to miss a significant chunk of baseball games. It's going to be bad. And at the end of it, there's going to be a salary cap and a salary floor. And at the end of it, baseball will be more competitive. And at the end of it, there will be, I think, more centralized revenue so that all of the owners are getting a more equivalent share of what's coming in baseball. I think that will end up being a good thing for everybody. I don't think you're going to end up with the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, and the Phillies, and then the Rays and the Rockies. I don't think that'll happen anymore, and the A's. I think everything will be closer to the middle. And long term, that'll put an emphasis on who spends their money the best. That's all I want. Who spends the money the best? I think GMs are a lot more interesting than owners. For me as a sports fan, I want to know how you build a team. And that, to me, is most interesting when everyone has roughly the same resources. So I think this will end up being a good thing long term. But unfortunately, we may have to wait 3, 4, 5 years in order to reap the benefits of it. So there you go. That's just kind of reading the tea leaves. I don't know if that's something that's of interest to all you guys out there. Maybe it's, you want to stay focused on just the details of today and what's happening on the Mariners. But I do think that long term, this will end up being a positive for baseball and, quite frankly, a positive for Seattle.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Bump here letting you know West Hills Ford is the big Ford store. Right now, during the From America for America event, Ford is offering employee pricing to all U.S. shoppers on many new Ford models. Buy a 2024 Ford Bronco Badlands with a low 3.9% APR for 72 months on approved credit. Offer ends July 2nd. West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, just off the Auto Center Way exit. Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it!
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,500 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the ups and downs of what is a long baseball season continued as the Mariners dropped a series to the Red Sox yesterday, finishing the homestand at 4-2. Actually out-hit Boston yesterday, 6-3, but they struck out more, right? They walked less, and more importantly, they were out-homered 2-0.
0-1. Swung on, drill deep, left center field. Julio back, looking up, and it is gone. Trevor Story, 2-run home run. And the Red Sox have the lead. It's 3-1 here in the fourth.
That's how it would end as the offense largely anemic the rest of the way. Dan Wilson.
It's a tough one today. But, you look at the homestand overall, 4-2. You feel pretty good about that. And you head to the road now, off day tomorrow, and then take to the road. So, we'll just continue to take this and take some confidence from this one and move forward onto the road.
Yeah, and it's not an easy road trip either, right? It's a pretty good test. 10 days. They go to Wrigley to play the Cubs, who have been on fire in first place in the Central. They play 4 games in Minnesota. Now, you just beat Minnesota, so hopefully there's a little bit more where that came from as you go to their building. And then Texas finishes off the road trip. No day off after that, as then they come home for 7 more. Dan was talking through kind of how it is they want this to look.
I mean, we're trying to create the traffic and put the pressure on the defense and the pitcher. We've been able to do that. I think, we talk about Giolito in the first game and Crochet today. They made some good pitches when they had to get out of some tight spots. But we're going to continue to create that and get the traffic on and get them in. And that's how we're going to continue to play. And that's what we look forward to doing on the road.
And I agree. That is the strategy, and that is what they do. And getting Luke Raley back, I would assume, on this road trip would probably help that as well. But you got to hit the power. You got to hit the home runs. You've got to find ways to drive those guys in and score in bunches. And when they did that during this homestand, they won. And when they didn't do that, they had trouble doing so.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Let's see. NFL former Packers cornerback Jair Alexander did sign. It's a 1-year, $6 million deal to go to Baltimore. Here's Louis Riddick.
It's a really good fit. And where they've struggled in particular in 2024 was on the perimeter in the secondary. This is where they were really suspect. This is where teams attacked them. And the fact is, Jair primarily is an outside lane player. Now what you can do with Marlon Humphrey is put him in the slot at the star at the nickel position where he's most comfortable, where he's most deadly. You can keep Kyle Hamilton in the middle of the field with Malachi Starks. And now Jair and Nate and Chidobe and anyone else who wants to go ahead and buy for playtime can buy for playtime on the outside.
Yeah, so forget that one. Count that one out as a possibility for a Seahawks team that is still looking for somebody on the outside. Now, again, I was not necessarily all in on Alexander. I feel like he didn't play in that many games. Too much injury risk there. Shaquille Griffin's still out there. Russell Douglas still out there. So my guess is they're still at some point going to bring in a veteran corner for at least some depth. ESPN releasing its NFL All Quarter Century team yesterday. Seahawks pretty well represented, especially on defense. I didn't have many quibbles in general. 3 Seahawks on there. Bobby is a starter. Sherman, Earl were both backups. Yeah, it sounds about right. Starting quarterbacks, or your 3 quarterbacks, were Brady, Manning, and Mahomes. Yep. Little surprised maybe to see Priest Holmes as your top running back. I think I would have gone with Derrick Henry number 1, but whatever. Marshawn didn't make it even as a practice squad extra, but okay. Sherm was behind Revis and Bailey. That sounds about right, kind of third after those 2 guys. Earl was third behind Polamalu and Reed. Yeah, that sounds right also. Bobby was second right behind Ray Lewis. Yeah. Like all of it, I thought they did a really good job with it. If you have a chance to read through it on ESPN, I think it's worth your time.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Not to make today all about the business of sports. I know we started that way, but owners sure seem to be seeing some of these valuations on teams, and they're getting out. Yesterday, we saw 2 more teams reportedly being sold. The big news, of course, Jeannie Buss and her family are selling the Lakers, at least the majority stake in it, to Dodgers owner Mark Walton for a $10 billion valuation, highest transaction ever in professional sports. Here's more from Shams.
10 billion reasons why. And like I said, Jeannie Buss and the Buss family seemed like they were poised to keep this team forever. And there are 2 executives there, actually, that are Buss family members. It's the Buss brothers, Joey and Jesse Buss. For the family to now sell for $10 billion, it's an astronomical figure. It's something that, of course, is now going to set an immensely high bar. You think about it, they're the largest sold franchise in sports history in the world, and that includes soccer teams, football, or should I say football teams abroad. That includes NBA teams, MLB teams, anything in the world. $10 billion. 10 billion reasons why.
That's a lot of money. Earlier in the day, we heard the Rays were in advanced talks as well to sell for a lot less money. Real estate developer Patrick Zalupski leading a group there to purchase the team from Stu Sternberg at a valuation of only about $1.7 billion. He would reportedly keep that team in Tampa. That is everything you need to know. And we do that 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, we'll dig a little bit more deeply into what some of those numbers mean at 7:30. We got some Mariner conversation today. We got Daniel Jeremiah who's going to join us today. Maura tells me that there are some excellent Here's the Thing messages. So we'll have some fun with those at 8 o'clock. So, yeah, lots to come. Hopefully you're just hanging out with us this morning. And
they're mostly aimed at you and Salk this week.
I am Salk.
Or you and Brock, I'm sorry. You are Salk.
They're mostly aimed at me and at me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Everybody's firing.
Lyle's
I'm ready.
taking a break the last couple weeks.
That's because, I don't know, Lyle's been quiet except when he comes on and is very short and yells at us like he did the other day. He was very mad the other day. You feeling better today, buddy?
I feel like, no, I'm not even going to say that. I was going to say I feel like I've mostly gotten it out of my system, but maybe I've gotten it out of my system to the point where I don't need to yell about it.
Okay, well, that's good. I was feeling bad for you. I was worried about you a little bit. You were sort of angry in a way that I don't know. I mean, like, look, it takes one to know one. I fully recognize what it's like to wake up kind of pissed off, but I don't know. I was feeling a little worried for you, so I'm glad to see you're back to
Part of it
yourself.
probably stems from I couldn't go to bed because I was pissed off.
Oh man! Well,
the
you
first
got
few days.
All right, we got to have a little conversation about Xanax, and we'll go from there. We'll do that off the air. Coming up next, if you liked stories, and if you like stories from Matt Hasselbeck, I think you'll enjoy the next half hour. Stick around; it's next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22 pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast, free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it in some.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer's night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule. Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, you've heard it before. First guest in the history of the Brock and Salk Show, and he's the next guest as well. Matt Hasselbeck joining us now. Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
It's good. We're good here. We want to talk to you about about being one of the 50 greatest Seahawks of all time and talk about some other football stuff. But I don't think we've spoken to you in a couple months, and I know Brock and I have texted with you and talked to you off the air, but just wanted to publicly wish you our condolences on the passing of your dad. Just so sad and so awful. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. We're doing well. He passed suddenly in April, and it's hard because he was in, kind of great shape besides like needing knee replacements and stuff like that. But life is precious, and we're grateful for who he was. And my mom's doing great. We had a funeral service for him in Nashville, Tennessee that was really special to our friends and family, and to see the impact that my dad had. And so to everyone that's lost a parent, you kind of understand it's tough, but thank you. He was we were blessed to have him as our dad.
And Father's Day probably hit a little different on Sunday, Matthew. I'm just kind of curious, who was Don Hasselbeck? To those that know Matt and Tim and the Hasselbecks and your daughter and everything else and your lovely wife Sarah may not know who Don Hasselbeck was. Who was he?
Yeah, he was an All-American football and basketball player coming out of high school. He was the toughest guy I knew. He had a little chip on his shoulder. He was kind of gritty. He played college football at Colorado. His dad was disappointed when he didn't go to Notre Dame, Ohio State, or Michigan growing up in Ohio. But, he played 9 years in the NFL as a tight end. He was 6'7", 6'8", something like that. Played for the Patriots mostly. Won a Super Bowl with the Raiders. I think beat the Seahawks to do it, to get there. And then finished his career with the Vikings and the Giants. But, ironically, he didn't let us play tackle football growing up. And then all 3 boys earned full scholarships to play football in college. He encouraged us to play golf instead, and golf did not choose me back the way that football did. So, not at all. But he was, he grew to be a very faithful man, very devoted, married to my mom for 50 years. And, my parents were married in college and had me at a young age, like 18, 19 years old. And so very grateful. Like my dad was the kind of guy I'd come home and we'd play pickup basketball in the driveway, one-on-one or 2-on-1, and could never beat him ever. So it was a great childhood experience, and he was special. And, I could probably write a book about the impact that he had on my life.
One of the many reasons, Matthew, that you beat me out at quarterback with the Seattle Seahawks, and you went on to be a legend, and I went on to be a radio host, is I was a blacksmith. Right? I was a blacksmith, and you were an artist. I think the one most remarkable thing about your dad that's come about in celebrating him over the last few months and talking to Molly about it is your dad was an artist, right? I mean, maybe part of that was why he went to Colorado as well. But I had no idea through all these decades of knowing you and meeting your dad that he was also an just incredible, esteemed artist to go along with it.
Yeah, contemporary color, acrylic on canvas, which is kind of funny because I have absolutely zero artistic ability. My kids do. It skipped a generation. I have nothing. But no, that was it. You know, and I wanted to be like my dad growing up. You know, I didn't necessarily want to be an artist because I didn't have that skill set. But my rookie year in Green Bay, the quarterbacks are Brett Favre, Doug Peterson, and Rick Meyer, and I'm the fourth guy. And Andy Reid is the quarterback coach. Mike Holmgren's the head coach. And Andy Reid says, hey, listen, there's nothing for a fourth-string quarterback to do at practice, but would you be willing to play tight end in practice and come to quarterback meetings and just be on our practice squad this year? And luckily, growing up, I never wanted to be quarterback. I just wanted to be a tight end like my dad and an outside linebacker like Lawrence Taylor. And I was like, yeah, I can do that. I've got a great three-point stance, learned it from my dad. And so my rookie year in Green Bay, I played scout team tight end and blocked, you know, Reggie White every day in practice, or pretended to. And, you know, so luckily that Pop Warner experience when I eventually started playing at age 12, you know, it paid off for me. The artistic stuff, though, never did. That just simply hangs in my house. But I don't have that skill.
After, like me, worshiping Lawrence Taylor as a kid and then playing with Reggie White, who was better?
Well, they were just very different, and in all ways.
Very
one guy
smart, very smart.
One guy was very well. Listen, Reggie White's like old school, hand in the ground defensive end, right?
Yep.
And very, you know, devout. The other guy was in a 2-point stance, you know, rushing the passer, setting the edge, you know, high on cocaine most of the time. Like, it was a very different, two different guys, but. LT was great to me. My dad finished his career with the New York Giants, and in the locker room after practice or before a mock game, like LT would, I have this memory of Matt and Chris Sims in the laundry bin, and LT pushing the laundry bin around, and Phil McConkey pushing the laundry bin around, and Phil Sims yelling at him like, hey, if those boys throw up in my new Corvette, you're paying for it. You know, like, this is, you know, it's like not the normal way to grow up. You know what I mean? And Bill Parcells being the head coach, it wasn't the normal way to grow up, but I think it did help me when I had to play tight end against guys like Leroy Butler and Reggie White. I wasn't necessarily like as awestruck a little bit, you know, as I should have been, because, you know, I did grow up with Carl Banks and Lawrence Taylor and Harry Carson, and, you know, just, you know, guys like that, just being around them.
God, I love those teams. I just was obsessed with those Giants teams and LT as a kid, and hearing you name some of those names after hearing Kenny Albert last night mention the name of Ken Linsman at the end of the hockey game. Like, I'm feeling like my entire childhood has been on display over the last couple of days. Matt, you had the opportunity to be honored with being one of the 50 greatest Seahawks, not surprisingly at all, but you got to kind of connect with everybody. What was it like to be in that group?
Yeah, it's a huge honor. Listen, when Chuck Arnold, the president of the Seahawks, when his name comes up on your caller ID, you think one of two things. You think, okay, this could be a really exciting and awesome call, and the other thing is like, you almost get that, like, Mike Holmgren's calling you up to the principal's office, like, did I do something wrong? You know, I don't know, but I was optimistic. But no, it's a huge honor, and just like you said, I came back for the OTA practice that they had, where they kind of invited a lot of legends back, and it was just great to connect with past, present, and future. You know, with the draft picks, we did a night there. We had a kind of a party downtown on a rooftop, and I love being around guys like Jacob Green. I love being around Dave Brown's wife, Rhonda Brown, and Dave Brown's kids, Jim Zorn, Steve Largent. It's fascinating to be around those guys. It's always fun to be around guys that I played with, you know, guys like the Lofa Tatupus and, you know, all the names that you know. And then it's fun to spend time with like a Jalen Milroe or a Gray Zabel, or, you know, even guys that, you know, people don't know, like the undrafted guys who have a chance. It's a thrill, and you take a lot of pride in being a Seahawk, and especially when they do such a great job of connecting kind of the past, present, and the future the way that they do.
Is it still at all surreal, Matt? The other day I was driving around our old facility there, the Seahawk facility at Northwest University, and they were playing a college soccer game out on the practice fields. And a lot of the building's been kind of overgrown, and the equipment shed is, now not a shed anymore. And to see what it was when you came in the spring of 2000, and 25 years later to be on the shores of Lake Washington watching an OTA practice, the crown jewel of that facility and everything else, does it still kind of strike you? Can you still close your eyes and remember what it was like with this team and organization 25 years prior?
Yeah, I really can, because, I remember having a conversation with Sam Darnold after practice. And, my journey is not too different than his journey in terms of, like, it didn't start out all that smooth. And, I had the benefit. Jim Zorn was my quarterback coach, and he took me down to Carillon Point, where the Seahawks used to practice. And we'd go to dinner with guys like Steve Largent and Jeff Kemp and, guys that had been there back in the heyday. And then, Northwest College, being from there and moving down to Renton before it was the VMAC. And, I think just when I tell the story to a guy like Sam Darnold and I explain the struggle, and he says, like, oh, what was it like going into the Ring of Honor here? Like, that had to be an incredible thing. And, me telling him how it started, and getting benched and getting booed out of the stadium and out of Husky Stadium and, all the things. I think it's like I almost forget myself, but it makes the reward so much greater, appreciated when you remember the entirety of the journey.
Is there, when you get together with all the legends, is there a straw that stirs the drink? Is there an alpha in that room? Is there somebody that everyone sort of gravitates to?
Well, I kind of think it's a little unfair. There's a tag. I mean, obviously, Largent and Zorn are a thing, right? But there's a tag team when you go with Red Bryant and Jacob Green. So I don't know if everyone knows, but the Red Bryant is the son-in-law of Jacob Green. So he's married to Janelle Bryant, who's a very good friend of my wife's, actually. We were teammates for a couple years, and Red and his personality, like, that's a special thing. So yeah, there's some names that probably get a lot of attention and big personalities, like for sure there are some of those. But if I had to connect, like if I had to give the award to, like, Marshawn's in my head a little bit, but like that Red Bryant, because he brings along with him Mebane and kind of the Legion of Boom, and Jacob, he's legendary. But when I was playing, Jacob had a big influence on the guys my era. Like, he would come and speak to the team anytime we were anywhere near Texas, and he was a leader in every sense of the word.
The voice that is Matt Hasselbeck, one of the 50 Seahawk legends and a Ring of Honor in that stadium as well, and all that he did as a Seahawk. We love him, not only because it was our first guest, Salky, but we love the stories.
Who's the funniest guy in that room?
That's a tough one. Listen, I mean, there's some candidates.
Tobeck?
I mean, Tobeck comes to mind, but like, he's funny, but he's also got the ability and the confidence to be the butt of the joke.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like that's a great question. I feel like that's got to be a poll question. Like, it's I don't know that I can.
Well, I don't know. The rest of us know. We're not in the room. We're not treated like, a fellow legend. What I hear you saying is it's you, but you don't want to say it. That's kind of what I hear you saying.
No. I mean, I'm definitely the butt of jokes. I'm definitely like, do you guys remember when I did this? And that was foot in the mouth, like. One thing I do love, like, when the guys get together, and we're going to get together, I believe it's October 5th or something like that for the Tampa Bay game. We're all going to be there together, I believe.
Cool.
The stories, and it's usually like everyone tells a more incriminating story than the last guy. I mean, people love to talk about the story that Walter Jones accidentally knocked me out. Like, there's those stories. There's a story when Jerry Rice was giving a pep talk to the team, and Jerry Rice forgot Robbie Tobeck's name, and he called him Ronnie Topaz. And, there's some of those things. We had a guy from Harvard, Isaiah Kazavinsky, Harvard Business School, failed his Washington State driver's license test, the written portion. like there's all these fun stories of guys that were captains and great players for a long time. But I think that's just a little bit the DNA of the Seahawks, at least from my perspective, is that the team is bigger than any one guy, and having the courage to like bust the chops of your buddies and your teammates, and you kind of almost bond around that just a little bit.
I know it was just one practice, so really hard to evaluate everything in just one practice, and you're hanging with all the guys, and I saw the pictures of you and Z-Man, and so I don't know how much time you actually could focus on Sam and Drew and Jalen in the system, in the rookie class, and any of it, but did you have any takeaway at all from what your eyes did see on that practice field, Matt?
Well, first of all, my biggest takeaway is that the lunch from El Gaucho was outstanding. It was like barbecue salmon. I didn't know you could do barbecue and salmon together. It was amazing. No, it's OTAs. And so like we live in a day and age where everyone's doing the stats at OTAs. Like I was on a show recently and they were telling me somebody's completion percentage in OTAs. I mean, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like there's throws being caught for touchdowns that are probably sending the wide receiver on the IR because it's threaded in a needle that you can't do in tackle football. Quarterbacking is way different when you're wearing a different color jersey than it is when they're hitting you in the chin. So like I think that right now is a time for chemistry, camaraderie, alignment, assignment, technique, fundamentals. But I think that if I had to point to one thing that I really sort of appreciated was just the energy and maybe the focus that Coach McDonald brought to practice. Like I thought for where I sit, that what matters right now is guys are on the ground, guys are not on the ground, guys are on their feet, they're stepping with the proper foot, and you're staying healthy. And to me, I thought that was probably the thing that stuck out the most.
You mentioned him, and I'm a little obsessed, but what did you think of Jalen Milroe? Not just at practice, but getting to meet him a little bit.
Loved him in person. Absolutely loved him. Couldn't have been more impressed. The tangibles are all there. I loved him in college as well. Definitely can respect how hard the learning curve is to go from college to the NFL. But I also would be naive to think that they couldn't be creative enough to find a way to use him in spots. Like as you're winning games, as Sam Darnold is your starting quarterback, find ways to take Jalen's skill set and make someone have to worry about it in short yardage, in goal line, in the red zone, the low red. Like I think that's exciting. But I'm someone who's in favor of giving young quarterbacks with a lot of talent, giving them time to develop and be ready before you throw them out there full-fledged.
It was mostly before I moved here, so I apologize if I don't have this right. But did you sometimes have to come off the field for Seneca Wallace?
No, we never did that.
Okay.
But Seneca did come in for trick plays. He'd come in the NFC Championship game. He came in to run a slant and go. Under Jim Mora, we did a double pass with him. There were things like that. But I think what I'm talking about is Kyle Shanahan with Trey Lance when they had Jimmy Garoppolo. They did a really good job of using Trey Lance before he got hurt in short yardage, goal line, and then inside the 10-yard line. And during that time, I was sitting with Rex Ryan for my job, and basically Rex would talk about how that's just taking time away from my preparation for the real Kyle Shanahan offense. And I'm spending hours on all the different things that I got to prepare for now, and it's just taking time away. And I think that that's an example of something that I think you're developing your young quarterback, you're breaking the ice, and you're making your offense way tougher to defend.
That's good stuff. A couple last minutes here with Matt. You got to be a part of a team that had a Hall of Fame, arguably one of the greatest left tackles to ever play the game, if not the greatest, in Walt, a Hall of Famer in Steve Hutchinson. You had Ronnie Topaz at center, good player. You had Mongo at right guard, Locklear at right tackle. Everybody knows those names and how productive and dominant and cohesive that O-line was. Really, since that group and then the Super Bowl winning team in 12-13, it's been hard. Been hard to find continuity and consistency on the offensive line. Do you believe, Matt, that this system that they're going to employ, all the resources that they have employed through draft capital, first-round pick, through all of the run game coordinators and everything they're throwing at it, do you think that this system, that Kyle Shanahan's system, can we finally see an offensive line back to those dominant days?
Well, I definitely think this is Mike Macdonald's philosophy. And, one of the things Mike Holmgren did that frustrated me at the time, but now I see the genius in it, that I'm a play caller myself, is like we would play a game and, that team would have Michael Strahan on one side and OCU Manura on the other. And Mike Holmgren would say, hey, no 7-step drops this game. None. He'd just walk by the offensive coaching staff and you'd be like, we're not doing 7-step drops. It's out. Figure out another way to win this game. And what he did is he basically took away the opportunity for us to have negative plays, in a sense. And I remember we did that once against the Giants at home. I think it was 2005. And I remember being so frustrated with that mindset that he had. And Jim Zorn talked me off the ledge. And I think I had 4 or 5 touchdown passes in the first half of that game. It was almost hilarious how embarrassed I was for the hissy fit and the temper tantrum that I threw over it, and then the success that we had. So I do think when it comes to play callers, there's an element of let's not put our guys in a bad situation. I think it was week 1 last year where the Seahawks there was a safety. You guys remember the game. Yep. But Mike Macdonald gets interviewed at halftime and basically what do you need to do? And he's like, we need to run the ball. And basically what he was saying is we need to not put our O-line in this situation. We need to not put our defense in this situation. So just schematically, I think that these guys are going to be set up to have more success. And obviously they've upgraded the talent. But there's a saying in O-line rooms, it's my favorite saying. If we're all wrong together, we're right. And so if it's inside or outside zone to the left and we all go left, that's half the battle sometimes. You'd be surprised how often people don't get that right.
Yeah, Matt, since we've talked to you, maybe I've come up with an edict. Did you know I now have an edict?
Let's go. What do you got?
Or maybe it's a doctrine. I always forget which it is, but it's one of those. It's about running the ball. It says you can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. And I know it sounds a little trite, but
I don't know. I'll have to put that through the filter.
Put it to the test. No, it comes from the number of years I've heard coaches and everyone, we got to run the ball. And then you can't do it unless you call running plays. You can't run the ball by calling passing plays.
Yeah. Rex Ryan, who he's the extreme, but he likes to say, I'm going to screw this up. He likes to say, think of your worst run and it's better than the best pass or something like that. He says it sometimes when you're up, you're up by 14 and literally you could take a knee 3 times and then punt and let your defense play the field position game and you'll probably win more games than you'll lose. And some guys have gotten in trouble. I think of the 28-3 game in the Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan. Sometimes it happens in the playoffs. Guys are trying to get a head job. They're play callers or they're confident in their ability as an offense because they're so good. That certainly was the case in that game. They were great on offense. They trusted their quarterback and their receivers. But you gave the other team an opportunity. You gave your offense an opportunity for negative plays. So, we'll see. I definitely think that this is an identity year. This is the identity of the head coach. He finally has his identity right, offensively, defensively, and how it fits. This is a team that had 10 wins last year, top 10 defense. There's good amount of reason for optimism.
Can you give big hugs to Betsy, to the girls, to Sarah, to everybody out there? I know the impact and the magnitude of a giant like your dad, man. So just give everybody a lot of love from us. Thank you for taking so much time, as you always do, Matthew, with us, and have a great year ahead, buddy.
Yeah, we're going to throw the ball more to the tight end this year at Ellsworth High School. My dad lobbied for it, so I'm finally stick nods, all that kind of stuff. Seam routes, corners, posts. There you go. Appreciate you guys.
Is Tim okay with that?
I think if we're honoring my dad, Tim's okay. In fact, stick nod, Brock, the play, right? Stick nod. We're actually calling it stick don now. he would just lobby for it. Hey, the stick nod's there. The stick nod, the out and up. I got it, Dad. Hey, why pop in the red zone? So we're gonna honor him that way.
You said your dad didn't want you to play tackle football for a while. How did he feel when Tim was out there covering special teams at BC?
Tim, as you guys know, you maybe don't know. Tim was like, we almost changed his last name to Marinovic at one point because he was that intense about his training. So The neighbors called my parents and complained one time because Tim was running up the hill with a parachute behind him. And they said, hey, you guys shouldn't be doing that to your kids. They're too young. And my parents were like, a parachute? What do you know you're talking about? Tim was intense.
Wow. All right. Well, good stuff. The stories are the best.
Tim was the Brock Heward of our family.
Middle child.
Middle children.
Yeah.
There you go.
Middle children.
There you go.
They're crazy.
I was Damon. Nathaniel was Luke. You know.
Yep.
It all sounds about right. That kind of works out pretty well. Matt, thanks, man. We'll talk soon.
All right. See you guys.
All right. The great Matt Hasselbeck, and just good to catch up with him. Good to hear the stories, and kudos to him on being part of that 50 greatest team. Pretty darn cool. All right. Quick break. Come back. We're going to discuss where the Mariners are at. We got some major news throughout the sports world yesterday that I think will have some implications here, and a whole lot more today as well before Daniel Jeremiah joins us at 8:30. Stick around. Brock's in next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with no credit financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment needed, and financing is available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise, all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,500 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get your freaking head up! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Brock, we're getting real close to this wedding. I'm getting more excited about heading to the wedding next week.
Oh, buddy.
Can't wait.
Yeah, Molly last night, hey, I need 45 minutes. Okay.
45
What am I
minutes.
doing? Yeah, well, you're going to wrap these candles, and then you're going to take the 8-inch candles, and you're going to stuff it into this vase. And then
Were you good at that?
You got to pack it in the box. Was I good at was I good at following the details, following the rules? Am I a rule follower? Yes. Why, yes, I am. Why, yes, I was pretty good at that. Yeah. Now, I do have a question for you before, outside of the wedding. I guess wedding and coaching are kind of the two prominent things in life right now.
Yes.
So we answered wedding right there, and we are getting ready. We were doing seating charts last night. Bless Molly's heart. She had like the old school paper plates. With
How are you doing seating? Do people walk in and take like a little
I'm not
tag for their?
I'm on a need to know basis, and I don't.
So
know
you don't
that
even know
quite yet.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Did you
We're
help
still-
with who sits with who?
Mildly.
Oh, I think you
So-
got to get involved in that process.
Yeah. I mean, all of his family, all his friends, all his teammates, I'm out. Obviously, my side of the family, yeah, we'll have some engagement. We'll figure out
What
who
do you do
you're
with
gonna be
randos like me and Heather?
That's you're on an interesting list.
Can we can we be at Dylan's friends table? I'd like to sit with all the like Montana cowboy kids.
Is that who you want to be with?
I don't know. What do you
want to be
think?
with the Hewitt? Well, I'll give you some options. I'll tell you that because we're good friends and
Yeah.
we work together.
What are
I'll
my
give you-
options?
I'll give you a couple options down the road.
I'd like to see my options before committing to a table.
Okay, I got a question and a quick story. Question and story. Hopefully, we'll get to the Mariners at the end of this.
If not, you already know what we're going to say. It's fine.
It was just kind of a rough one. Okay, question for you, Michael Salk. Maybe Lyle and Maura can weigh in as well. But question for you, because it happened to me this morning. My brain this morning could not keep up with what I was doing. It was one of those moments that I've not had in quite some time where I'm like, wow, this is a lot of information that I'm trying to process really, really fast, and my wires are like crossed. Like when you were in, I don't know, a calculus or a math class, or when was the last time you were in a situation where you were like, man, my brain can't do this right now? Have you had a moment like that in the last 2, 5, 10 years? Now you're curious, you like to read. And, like our buddy June yesterday and that story, and it takes some thinking and processing. I'm not asking that level of curiosity. I'm asking next level beta wave, like, wow, my brain is taxed right now. When was the last time that happened to you? And why are you laughing?
I don't know. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's a funny question.
Yes.
The game sped up on you a little bit is what you're saying.
Okay, well, yeah, like we went, let's see, I'm going to have to put my readers on. Out in the great sunlight, I didn't have to do this, but let's go to, we're going to go yank to Q.dot right, Cali Trojan, Max Grid. And I was like, okay. And so Coach intentionally today tried to blow everybody's wires. Motion, shifts, movements, every different play, every concept we put in. And literally, one of the kids, and this was the story, one of my young tight ends came up to me and said, Coach, can I tell you something? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I'm not ready for this. I don't know any of this, and please don't put me in. And I was like, I really appreciate your honesty. He's like, I just don't know any of this. And I'm like, you should probably get to studying, huh? I think so, Coach. Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's why you do that now, right? On
100%.
June 19th rather than
100%.
Yeah, okay.
And I knew this player was in trouble because we also had our first position meeting today, and I had the whiteboard out, and I had just the guys drawing the formations and a couple of the basic concepts.
He's doing the Billy Madison RZ thing where he's like, these are Z's.
He went up and let's just say he had a pregnant pause, so Mike McDonald 4 or 5 second pause.
Yeah.
He drew himself, and then he turned to me and said, Coach, can I be honest with you? And I'm like, please. I don't know what anybody else does. I'm like, okay, well, that's a challenge, right? This is part of the game. So, yeah, it was a fun little morning. Last time your brain was in overdrive and you couldn't follow. Maura, Lyle, any moment like that? Lyle, now with the board, do you feel like on the board? Because I'm sure early it was like, oh my gosh, there's this, there's this, there's this, there's that. I'm sure there was some of that. Was that the last time maybe for you?
In terms of the board, yeah. I don't know if I've had a day like that where I just like I'm overwhelmed at this point.
Oh my
but
gosh.
early on, yeah.
Fried. Yes. I was, it was a good little.
I guess I would say at any time I ever tried to take a language class, like Spanish class, once I got into advanced Latin, I had nothing.
Right.
Just couldn't do it. Like they'd be talking, it's like,
you were my player.
I'm just not going to do that.
Don't ask me. Like I got no
I'm not going to
idea.
learn this. I don't care. I'm not interested in learning it. I'm out. I got nothing.
I mean, what you just described just sums up my whole scholastic career in 1 second. But yeah.
But you did that in every class?
Yeah.
You're like, I didn't read that book. No, I didn't learn how to do that problem. No, I didn't study that part of history. I don't know those. You didn't do any of it?
Not really.
It's amazing. It's amazing you're not a drooling vegetable. Like, I'm impressed you can speak and that you knew the word scholastic, given some of the way you discuss your career.
I will say this, too, and I said this to you earlier, Salk, in like a Blue 88. It's great, and I knew that this would open my eyes in new and different ways, and I had always heard, and we can talk about it, right? And the Mina Kimes of the world and other analysts can say, oh, this is these teams' motion and shift, and and they do this, and there's this percentage of plays, and there's a reason. It gives you a man zone declaration, and yada, yada, yada. But when you live it, and you're actually in it, A, to learn all of it, and then B, how it just and I asked the kids a bunch today, like, why do we do this? Do you think we do this to try to be smart and look innovative? Or do you think we do this to, as hard as it is for us, imagine the burden on the other side?
Right, because at least you have the ability to study it over the course of the summer. Right.
You're dictating it, and you can study it, and you can learn it, and you can know the concepts. And then in real time, for the Lofa Tatupus and the Dave Wymans and the Cam Chancellors, and those guys got to make strength calls and then make duo calls and then make banjo calls and then make coverage calls. And then, well, if we got this coverage and it moves to this formation, we got to shift and call. I mean, it just totally blows their wires. It's it's been a fun process. So this morning, pretty humbling.
I think it's crazy that it's humbling for you as a former quarterback who loves to brag about all of the West Coast verbiage that you had to learn over the years.
Yeah, this ain't West Coast, brother.
No,
this is Latin. I'm learning Spanish. I'm learning Spanglish.
Well, if you're anything like me, Brock, you would absolutely appeal to the school and say you have a language learning disability and see if you can get out of that requirement for the future. Just remove obstacles like that and try to get on with your life. Well, we didn't get to the Mariners, unfortunately, there. And it probably is for the best. Not a lot to say. Honestly, I mean, and I don't mean that even negatively. Like,
Crochet's good.
Yeah, he's good, and he dominated you yesterday. Look, I said it at 6, like, I think now we got a better sense of what this team is for the year. They're once again what we thought they were. Dominant pitching almost every day. It's not even so much how good each pitcher is, it's how consistent all of the pitchers are, where they're just rolling one after another, where you almost don't even need to look at like who's starting the next day in order to tell you how that game is going to go. You know you're only giving up a few runs because those guys are just awesome. Yep. And then you'll see what happens with the hitting. And like some days it's going to be good, and Cal and JP and the guys who are hitting are going to carry you. And some days they won't, and you'll do nothing like you did yesterday. And that seems to be right back kind of where we started from, despite all the changes and all the philosophy and everything else that shifted and different names. And it's still the same. Like as Bob Seger once said, it's still the same, Brock. It's just the pitching is really, really good, and it gets after you, and it keeps coming, and it's relentless. And it's just a matter of whether or not the hitting can keep up. And yesterday they didn't. We'll come back with everything you need to know. Give you some of the details on that next on Brock and Salk.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Alex. At just 16, she suffered trauma after a broadside collision with a delivery truck.
When I came in, they were so nice. They were just like, don't worry about anything. We'll take care of that. It's gonna be okay. Live your high school life. We got your back. And they did. I would recommend Rob because they have a passion for caring for people.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. It's important for men to communicate about issues relating to their health, especially family health history. Prostate cancer has been in the news, and right now I'm joined by Dr. Landis from the Swedish Cancer Institute. Dr. Landis, how common is prostate cancer?
Prostate cancer is very common. About 1 in 8 men will develop prostate cancer here in the U.S. That ends up being about 300,000 cases per year.
How can men test for prostate cancer?
Well, first thing, patients should ask to have PSA screening from their primary care doc. Anyone 50 or over, and if you have a family history starting at 45 is pretty typical.
If diagnosed, why should patients seek out Swedish CyberKnife for treatment?
What we hear from patients all the time is that treatment really was amazing. They didn't have to take time off of work. The side effects are really minimal, and there was minimal interruption in their lives.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with no credit financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing is available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, ups and downs, Brock, of a long baseball season, and there are many of them. You got to see it just on this homestand, right? The ups of the great sweep, the downs of losing 2 out of 3 to the Red Sox. You finished the homestand 4-2. It's funny, yesterday they had more hits than the Red Sox did, 6-3. They doubled them up, but they did strike out more. They were outwalked, and then probably most importantly, they were out homered 2-0. You put those things together.
The stretch. And the 0-2 pitch, the Canzone swing a chopper right back at the middle. Up with the ball, the shortstop Story steps on second. One, the throw to first in time for the double play, and the ball game is over. The 6-3 double play ends it. The Red Sox win the finale of the 3-game series this afternoon. A final score of 3-1.
Yeah, tough to win when you get outwalked and out homered.
Yeah, that's a series, honestly, that's, I mean, it's a winning homestand. You're 4-2. You had the sweep to begin the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been ideal, obviously, to win this series. But I do think that's kind of one of those series when we were talking in spring training to Bryce Miller and others where they were like, yeah, you gotta win these games in May and June. They come back and get you in September. Because right now, Boston offensively is a shell.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are reeling. They're
really beat up.
Oh, they are so beat up. They've got guys out. They've now traded their best bat. Like they got a young rookie that's trying to find himself too.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Abraham Toro is hitting at the top of their lineup. And I said Toro is hitting at the top of their lineup. So yeah, that's unfortunately one. And it's going to be hard against Crochet. He's an absolute monster and a flamethrower. Did I say that right, Garrett Crochet? No. Crochet, sorry.
Crochet. That's okay.
C-check,
I was confused.
Crochet.
It's
gonna be hard, but that goes back to that first game where that dude like just owns you, where you got nothing going.
Yeah, you wanted to beat Giolito. That was the key.
You kind of did. Yeah, you kind of did.
Yeah,
so,
no, I think
now a day
that
off
makes
and
sense.
just a daunting 10 games in 10 days road trip.
Yeah, we'll see. Head to Wrigley, then Minnesota, then Texas. I think maybe more importantly, you start this road trip, depending on what happens today, they're 5.5 games out. I mean, they've now dropped 5.5 games behind Houston. They're out of currently about a half game, I think it is, out of the wild card, and just sort of in that jumble with a lot of other teams vying for the last couple of wild card spots.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Jair Alexander signed, Brock, with the Ravens. Are you obsessed? Did you want him?
Just the more you talk to people around that, and when Brady filled in for you, Salk, he kind of reiterated and echoed what I had said. Just not, when the sign on the hallway that you walk in now is team. Just that was going to be maybe an influence, a singular guy that you didn't want to add to the mix.
Okay, so he's out 1 year, $6 million with the Ravens.
Not a lot
and
of
again,
money, man. Right?
No, but again, he doesn't play that much. He's just been hurt so much.
Yep.
Did Rasul Douglas sign somewhere? Is that done?
Not yet.
He didn't, because somebody texted in earlier that he had signed with the Cowboys.
Oh, really?
I hadn't seen that. More, have you seen that? I think he's still available. But all right, Rasul Douglas.
No, I actually looked when they texted that. I don't see that anymore.
Okay, so there's one option, and
Shaq.
Shaquille Griffin would be the other. So, yeah, we'll see, because it does still feel like that's a position where they would like to add a little bit of veteran help. I'm continuing to hope that something is going to, blow apart in Cincinnati, and that you're going to have an opportunity to get Trey Hendrickson. Here's Adam Schefter with the latest.
Talking is different than making progress. And in this particular case, they are talking, but it's hard to tell how much progress, if any, they're actually making so far. I think there's a disagreement on the length of the contract. The Bengals would like Trey Hendrickson to sign a short-term deal. Hendrickson would like some long-term security and the money that comes along with it. And so before you can figure out value, I think first you have to agree on the years, and the two sides have been unable to do that. So yes, they're talking. No, they're not making a lot of progress, but there's a lot of time between now and the start of training camp.
Well, let's hope that breaks down and they have
Salky,
to, trade him.
And I know that you made a very hard stance on this. You got a strong opinion on this. You believe that he could be the guy to help make you elite. But do you believe that you are going to give him long-term security that you did not give to really anybody else this offseason, to Cooper Kupp, to Sam Darnold, to anybody? Everybody basically is on kind of prove-it deals. Are you willing to go long-term with somebody that you don't even really know that well? You've not played against. He's in the other conference.
They found ways to, even with these guys that have been, angry with their current deals, to at least give them a look-see here.
Yeah, I know Clowney was great because Houston ate half that money. That was like
but you did it with you've done it a bunch of times. Like all of these deals, you've given yourself a little bit of time. For whatever reason, when the guy gets traded, they seem to be a lot more willing to have that conversation and wait a little bit than they are with their current team. Certainly with the Bengals, I don't know, just not that worried about it. I really hope it falls apart and you get an opportunity to trade for him.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We'll go into a little bit more depth here in about 10 minutes, Brock, but owners sure seem to be interested in selling right now and seeing these valuations on teams and getting out of the business. Yesterday, two big pieces of news. Obviously, the biggest, Jeannie Buss selling the Lakers to Dodgers owner Mark Walton for $10 billion valuation. She'll maintain, I think it is a 15% stake, and it's not like he acquires 100%, but a $10 billion valuation, largest ever in professional sports. That is a tremendous amount of money. Here's Dave McMenamin, who covers the Lakers for ESPN.
18 months ago, Mark Cuban sells off a majority stake of the Dallas Mavericks for $3.5 million. And then 3 months ago, in March, Wyc Grousbeck and the Boston Celtics sell for $6.1 billion. Both Cuban and Grousbeck are two of the closest confidants that Jeannie Buss has had in her time as the governor of the Lakers. And certainly, those conversations have been shared. So it's kind of a case of getting out while the getting's good.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know that the getting is about to be bad, but I think they're looking at these numbers and saying there's just a tremendous amount of, $10 billion. And you still retain a 15% share in the whole thing. Earlier in the day, we also heard the Rays were in advanced talks to sell. Obviously, a lot less money, closer to $1.7 billion. Real estate developer Patrick Zalupski is leading a group there to purchase the team from Stu Sternberg and would keep it in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that feels like a really deep conversation. That this is just the tip of the iceberg, and a little bit like June was talking about as far as these brands go, and what does it all mean, and what is the goodwill, and how much does brand relevance matter, and what do you pay? And obviously the Celtics and Lakers.
So let's
enormous.
dig into that. We got some time. That's everything you need to know. I would like to kind of put some thought into this. You got two completely opposite brands selling yesterday, right? The Lakers, as big a brand as you're going to get in the United States. I mean, right there with, in the top 5 or 6, right? With the Cowboys and the Patriots and the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Dodgers and, a couple of other of these, just ginormously important brands. So Lakers sell for $10 billion. Rays sell for 1.7. Let's put on our thinking caps and try to figure out what that means.
Wow, I don't know if I can do that.
I think you can, Brock. You won't get lost. I know.
My beta waves are
this is going to get your beta waves back moving in the right direction. It'll be next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Yes, I know that the next couple days are going to be kind of crappy, but other than that, summer is here. Tomorrow's the solstice, and you're thinking about what the next few months are going to be like. Beach, barbecue, golf, vacations, all that stuff. You'll probably end up having pictures taken, and don't you want to look and feel good for those pictures? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. Trust me, you can do this fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks, so there's time. What are you waiting for? Schedule that 15-minute no-obligation consult right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. You'll get safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. No exercise, no pills, no injections, definitely no surgery. It's real food. You lose weight. You eat food that you buy at the grocery store. It's nothing prepackaged. You will look and feel your very best. That feeling, well, just give them a call and have that 15-minute conversation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bump here. The Employee Pricing Plus event is on at West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Get the 2025 Ram 2500 heavy duty for $8,000 off MSRP, subject to credit approval. Offer ends July 1st. West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swing making a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We are together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. And leave everything to us.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, so yesterday we did discuss the economics of sports, right, Brock? We spent some time talking about it early, and then with June Lee, the author of that piece at New York Times, at 9:30. If you missed any of that conversation, good opportunity to go back and check it out at seattlesports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're interested in that type of thing, I did think it was a pretty cool conversation. He's a smart guy with, some good insight into where the business and economics of sports are going and what it means for us as fans. Later in the day, and actually even as we were having that conversation, two major pieces of news, right? The two teams are being sold. One is the Lakers for $10 billion. The other is the Tampa Bay Rays for closer to 1.7. So you see a major difference. By the way, the Lakers selling for that price without owning their building. They don't own Staples Center or whatever the heck it's called now.
Yep.
They don't own any of that stuff. They're a tenant in that building, which is crazy. I mean, you saw, and the same with the Celtics, who sold for $6 billion just a couple of months ago now, and then the Lakers for 10. Neither of them even own their buildings. Right. So, starting to think about what some of these other brands like the Warriors, the Cowboys, some of these brands that are the Yankees, what are they truly worth given some of the valuations that have been put on teams like this? Some notes and some thoughts on all of it. Let's start here. Legendary franchises are worth a lot more than fringe ones. I know that's not exactly brain surgery, but the difference between $10 billion and $1.7 billion is pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brands matter, right? And I think I enjoyed that aspect of June's, that conversation with June Lee yesterday as much as anything. Just how much that brand recognition, that brand globally, right? You see that Yankee, you see the Notre Dame, little leprechaun, you see the LA of the Dodgers, like the star of the Cowboys. Those things are recognized over in Japan, Australia, Europe, America.
You'll see Yankees hats everywhere. It's obnoxious, but you'll see them everywhere. I don't think the people have any idea really what the Yankees are all about, but walk around Europe, you'll see Yankees hats, certainly a lot more than any other hat from America.
Yeah.
So those brands matter, and I thought June had you're right, Brock, a good point about investing in players that can change the temperature. Investing in the Shohei Ohtanis, investing in the Aaron Judges, investing in, the Patrick Mahomes and what he's done for the Chiefs, when you've got, or Tom Brady and what he did for the Patriots over a 20-year span, those guys change the temperature of the room, and then they end up changing the valuation of the team. And so for the owners, basically what he presented was a situation where the owners aren't making money year to year. They're making money when they end up selling the team on the valuation. And so because of it, I think what I'm hearing is, in his view, it's worth it to take major risks on big-time players. Yeah, you might lose money in the short run, but the long term ends up making you money because of the value of the franchise going up.
The reason why these sports teams are continuing to go up in value is because of the speculation around the international growth of sports. I mean, I think that this is kind of the backstory of what we're seeing in Boston right now with the trade of Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants, is these teams want to have as much cash as possible. Sports is a really weird business because, the best sports teams often are making less money in terms of profit on a year-to-year basis than like the average mediocre team. Pittsburgh Pirates owner Bob Nutting, despite having one of the worst teams in baseball, is making more money on a year-to-year basis, profiting more than most owners in baseball. And it's because he's just not spending. And so a lot of these owners are trying to find that balance where they want to make as much money as possible on a year-to-year basis because they need cash to kind of grow sports around the world, baseball, basketball, football.
Yeah, and I think you kind of spin that back home here, Salk. And you brought this up, and the difference between football and baseball and basketball and baseball and hockey and baseball is baseball just doesn't have that cap. It doesn't have that formulaic, everybody is going to be kind of playing the same financial game as everybody else. And because of it, it is, well, I think really challenging to a Rays organization that's valued at what, 1.7. I mean, they're asking for 1.7. We'll see.
No, I think that's the number that they seem to be kind of heading towards.
Okay. The Twins, we talked about that over a couple months ago. Is they're on the market. The Rays are on the market. Like, these teams are on the market, and those valuations are not the Dallas Mavericks. They're not the Boston Celtics. They're not, obviously, the LA Lakers. And, yeah, I think if you're in baseball, I don't know, does that make you – it reminds me of something about 10 years. An executive over there with the Mariners said to me, like, yeah, where this is all going, don't know. And some of it is the lack of structure league-wide that your peers have in the business.
Yeah, baseball can't be happy. That's a tough day, I think, for baseball yesterday, to see one of your franchise valued at $1.7 billion while the Lakers sell for 10. I mean, more than 5x. Yeah. I know that the Rays, that's not a direct comp, of course, because the Rays don't play in the second biggest market in the country. They don't have the history. There's a million reasons why those two things are different. The Rays are very much in flux. Who the heck knows where they're even going to be? They don't have a stadium. It's a mess. But that difference is pretty extreme, and it reflects not just those differences, but also the difference in the financial models between the two franchises. Yeah. It would be more interesting, I guess, to see, what the Dodgers are valued at, what the Angels are, like a team like that that's a little bit more of a direct comp. But it's still, even without that, it can't be a good feeling for baseball to see that. And I think a lot of it, I read some of this article earlier, Brock, at 6 from Rob Manfred, that I read this morning at Awful Announcing, and he's basically saying, they're going to take their full media rights deal to the market in 2028. And when I first read it, I thought he was saying, yeah, no, it's great. We're going to do just like basketball, and we're going to get, a big national deal. And I'm like, no, you're not. That's just not the way the game is played. Thankfully, that's not what he was saying. What it sounds like they want to do is bundle the local rights. So if you take, I don't know how many of the teams, all of the teams, a certain number of the teams, bundle them together and then sell the package to Netflix or to Amazon or split it up or whatever, and then let those companies try to sell national, dollars where there's more stability rather than asking a Root Sports or whomever to try to sell locally. I think they're hoping that's going to be their ticket.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough. But that's the conversation.
Yeah. And again, to compare it to the NFL and the NBA and these valuations, it's also hard because those are huge national television deals that bring in billions of dollars of revenue. that right now, just apple to apple, peer to peer, they don't have. And why this scramble has gone on in the media rights and the regional sports networks and everything else to try to find some answers. By the way, back to that first point that you mentioned, Ohtani and these star players and the judge.
Yep.
I think that in business, they call them one of two things, right? Rainmakers or force multipliers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when we talk about in our own market, our own business, our own industry, the importance of our own teams here in town, right? You talk about the bottom line of, the dollars and cents. Well, what about just fandom? What about ticket sales?
100%.
What about, your radio partner? Like, to have that force multiplier, to have that rainmaker, to see Cal Raleigh going off and doing Cal Raleigh things this year, to be one of the most relevant players in all of baseball, has just been a huge step.
Yeah, but it is definitely, I think what you hear from June in his view is that it's really a call to teams to invest in big names that are going to change the temperature of the city and move the needle, not just because it helps your team win, but because it helps your team be worth more. And that ultimately that's one of the main values for a owner in today's game, not just in baseball, but in all sports. Yeah, you bring up some of the lack of revenue, Brock, in baseball, and as June says, that can lead teams on a hunt for where they're going to find some of that cash.
They don't want to go into business with these people, but they look at the debt, they look at the money from the RSNs that's slowly shrinking, and they're like,
not slowly.
We might kind of have to. And that's kind of already where European soccer is at. Like, I think the EPL and a lot of these European soccer leagues are already kind of showing where things are headed, where there's not a salary cap there's not revenue sharing in the EPL, and a lot of the richest teams, like a team like Newcastle United was just bought by Saudi Arabia a couple years ago. They were kind of a middling, kind of mid-tier, soccer club in the EPL, but suddenly they're kind of a little bit more on the rise because they suddenly have all this oil money coming in from Saudi Arabia. The same is true of PSG in the French league in regards to their Champions League standing. Like, this is slowly, I'm not sure this is going to happen overnight, even the next 5 years, but this is the direction things are heading in. And, I think it really does concern me that if the leagues, or even if government intervention doesn't happen, like, what is going to happen to sports?
What's your ownership group going to be? Do you have any understanding, and maybe some people have texted this in, my mind goes there a little bit, as far as the new owners that have come in for the Mariners the last few years, right? We've heard, I think just in the last, 2 seasons, and was it this last offseason?
Yeah, 2 new owners, Brad Smith from Microsoft, and I'm blanking on the name, from Amazon.
Yep. So is that an infusion of some cash there, right? Instead of going to some hedge fund money or go, to this capital, we're going to actually have it here in our market. People that are here, people that are grounded here, Microsoft and Amazon that, are fairly entrenched here, and to try to maintain some of that local ownership with dollars that are necessary. Is that kind of the read on it, or is that a stretch?
I think that's a stretch.
Okay.
I mean, they're pretty, from what I understand, they're not big owners. They're not big stakes.
Yep.
So, I mean, what the Lakers did in bringing Mark Walton, that completely changes the temperature of what the Lakers can spend. He has that much more money than the Buss family.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken majority 85% ownership.
Right.
These are 1%.
Yeah, I don't think that has a significant effect. Now, it might bring their businesses more into play. Maybe it's a tighter relationship between Amazon and the Mariners, and we've seen some of that, right? Or between Nintendo and the Mariners, which you've seen with the patches on their arm, or Microsoft and the Mariners. Like, I would hope that it leads to some of that type of stuff, which is an infusion of money. But I don't think it's just through the ownership. That would surprise me. I don't know, though. I mean, I'm kind of
so
speculating there.
Big picture here. Since my beta waves are fried, slowly regaining some of their strength. They'll be ready, I think, for Blue 88. But big picture here. All of this conversation, all of this movement, all of these numbers that are just kind of market valuations that come about. Spin that here locally. What do you think it means here, if anything, for Seattle Seahawks? Remember, Jody put the Blazers.
It's going to mean something for the Seahawks at some point.
I mean, the Blazers are on the market right now, right? As we understand it, Jody and the fiduciary and the trust have made that clear. So, what does it mean to the Mariners, to the Seahawks? Do you take anything from what the market conditions are around you and spin it back here?
I just keep thinking a lot of the same thing. The biggest thing for me is these numbers are at a point where they are where they are limiting who can play. to such an extent that either you end up with a guy like Mark Walton, who has, so many billions of dollars that investing, whatever it's going to end up being 8.5 or whatever on the Lakers, he can handle that. Or you end up with these giant ownership groups like what they're trying to put together in Washington, D.C. right now for the Commanders, or, even the Celtics with the giant new fund that is behind their new owner. They're still out there trolling and looking for more minority owners to be a part of it to offset the costs. These costs are enormous. They're gargantuan. And they're coming at the same time as we're saying, hey, RSN money's drying up. So what are they doing? They're looking internationally. They're looking at private equity. And, both of those things have a way of changing the world that you are living in. I don't know how that will happen.
Your own local team, right? Your own local
If you're looking internationally for growth, are we going to eventually, not tomorrow, are we going to start seeing teams all over the world? Are we going to, if that's the only place they have to, the NFL is a great example, right? They've tried to grow here in this country. I don't see expansion on their horizon. They've added, they've really worked hard to try to get the female market, the female viewer, to be a big part of the NFL experience, because that was 50% of the U.S. audience that they weren't marketing to, and now they are. And now the international is next. And, hey, you've got control over Germany, and you get this. It's almost like a hegemony over these different parts of the world. And I don't know if that works or not. I mean, that's a major risk, especially if your team is valued at over $10 billion and you just got into that business. So I would completely understand any one of these owners saying, you know what, it's just too speculative for me. I'm going to take my $10 billion payout and get out, because I don't know whether that international market is there. And I don't know whether there's any more television money or RSN money or media money to be made here in the United States.
Yeah.
So
and if it's a one-off,
huge difference, Brock.
It is.
Or you're turning to private equity and saying, all right, yeah, I'll give you, a certain control in my team. And then private equity says, yeah, that's fine, but I want to run X, Y, and Z to try to make it more, what's the word?
Bottom line friendly?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I mean, bottom line friendly. That's not the right word, but it's escaping me this morning. They want things to run cheaper. That's what private equity does. I mean, I'm not speaking out of turn, right?
Profit.
So if they care, what was his phrase about profit over winning or whatever it is? Okay, well, private equity wants profit. Owners want growth in terms of valuation. Those aren't always the same thing, but if some of them are going in one direction, some are going in the other, who ends up getting stuck in the middle of all of that is the fans. And that's the point that June was trying to make. And that's why the cost of these games for a fan, not just going, but even watching, has gone up at more than twice the rate as salaries and more than twice the rate of other parts of the American economy.
And we
tough,
who just see the tip of the iceberg, when we see this tip of the iceberg, and it's not just one tip of the iceberg we're seeing, because it's Mark Cuban in Dallas, it's the family in Boston, it's the Bus family in L.A. These are pretty wealthy, long-established business owners that have just kind of said, yep, time to cash in my chips.
Yeah.
And that may mean a little something when it's not just one, but it's a multitude across some different sports.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hegemony. That's what I was trying to say.
Say that again?
Hegemony. The word didn't quite come out right. Brock, gotcha. ESPN's all-century NFL team went through it a little bit. Did you have? I thought it was great. Did you have many quibbles? Well, I thought they did a good job.
I did too. ESPN put that thing together, and you want to talk about force multipliers and rainmakers and stars and difference makers. And yeah, this century, it's not a surprise. You've got 3 defensive Seahawks and you've got 1 offensive Seahawk. You've got Bobby Wagner, who was first team all century, and I think his stability, what he has done not only in his time in Seattle, but continuing some of that success forward with both LA and Washington last season, puts him ahead of Luke Kuechly and some of the others there at linebacker. And then you've got Earl and Sherm that are both second team all century. behind some pretty elite players like Polamalu and Ed Reed and Champ Bailey. So I didn't really have any quibble there. I think that's right. I think if Cam plays another 3 or 4 years, he's probably on this list, Cam Chancellor. But, just cut short a little bit.
I thought they got all that right.
There.
Yeah.
Offensively, I got a quibble. Just Steve Hutchinson is the only Seahawk. I say just. He's a Hall of Famer. He's behind Faneca at left guard. Okay, I can live with that. Walter Jones has to be on this list. I'm sorry. If it was all 2 century and you said, hey, sorry, Brock, Orlando Pace, Jonathan Ogden, okay, those guys legitimately are there with Walt. But I'm sorry, Joe Thomas, Trent Williams, they're not as good as Walt. If you surveyed pass rushers and defensive ends this century and said, hey, Joe, who would you rather face, Joe Thomas, Trent Williams, or Walt Jones? I promise you, Walter Jones would be the one they would not want to face because athletically, he was that gifted, because he could move that well, because he was a dancing bear you couldn't beat. Trent Williams got a big old temper. Amazing player, great player. And this is picking nits. Joe Thomas, equally phenomenal athlete, great player. But neither of those guys.
I wondered if it had to do
Walter
with
Jones.
timing. But, I mean, so he's 97 to 08.
Yeah.
I don't know. That feels kind of maybe that worked against him, just the timing of it.
Maybe some of the recency bias is Trent Williams is still the most dominant lineman and has been the last 5 or 10 years.
But they were throughout the entirety of. I mean, he's missing, unfortunately, 17 of the 25 years.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's what you would say. It's just a timing thing. Like, unfortunately, his career, he's in that weird zone where a 25-year window doesn't suit him.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the running backs? Priest Holmes, number 1?
Yeah.
That was the only one where I was like, I don't know. I mean, look, Brady Manning and Mahomes was right.
Yeah.
Priest Holmes? Who would you have had for your number 1 running back?
I would not have Priest Holmes.
Who would you have had?
I think Marshawn probably has a conversation in there. The fact
I would
that
have Derrick Henry. I think Derrick Henry's been the most dominant guy of this 25 years.
Is sustained for this long this century. I'd have to do a little digging on that. Let me think about it. But it would not be Priest Holmes number 1 as it was with ESPN.
Would it be Julius Jones?
Next.
Question number 2. Hasselbeck mentioned on yesterday with us the possibility of using Jalen Milroe in some packages, and he told this little story about Trey Lance.
But I think what I'm talking about is Kyle Shanahan with Trey Lance when they had Jimmy Garoppolo. They did a really good job of using Trey Lance before he got hurt in short yardage goal line and then inside the 10-yard line. And during that time, I was sitting with Rex Ryan for my job, and basically Rex would talk about how that's just taking time away from my preparation for the real Kyle Shanahan offense. And I'm spending hours on all the different things that I got to prepare for now, and it's just taking time away. And I think that that's an example of something that I think you're developing your young quarterback, you're breaking the ice, and you're making your offense way tougher to defend.
Totally dig that. And I was so nodding along, and especially the impact and the effect it has on your opponent, right? That they do now have to plan for this. And it takes extra hours for both the coaches and then ultimately on the field for something you may not even use. And that's a valuable tool to have. I was nodding on all of that. So then I was like, let me try to go back and look at the numbers of Trey Lance.
Okay.
Because I don't really remember that all that much. And actually the Seahawks played kind of a central role in this. Trey started 5 games in his whole career. One of them was against Seattle. They won. He came in after we knocked the Seahawks knocked Garoppolo out of the game. He came in and we got after Trey Lance pretty well. Trey Lance has 1 career rushing touchdown. So Matt talking about some short yardage and goal line, and to be honest, I don't have those next level stats, but I was a little surprised at how limited the production actually was. That most of the production as a runner came in the 2 games he started as a rookie, and he only played overall, I think, in 6 games. So when Daniel Jeremiah or myself or others say, hey, let's slow the roll a little bit for Jalen, it's been talked about a lot, but executed actually not very often. Yeah, Jalen's not going to have a role in every game this season. I'd be very surprised. But could he play 2, 3, or 4? And do you give that illusion to your opponent that package is viable and available?
Sure hope so.
Yeah, I think there's some real value in that.
Get him in there. Question number 3. I don't know what this is about, Brock. What's going on with Shedeur?
Well, he drove 101 miles an hour, Salk.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so just
Did he get pulled over?
Yeah.
Was he drunk?
No.
Whatever.
No. So 101 and a 60. So when you talk about I know, but we just talk about judgment.
I've done that.
Here's the good judgment he made. You ready? Good judgment he made. He didn't have his S-Class Mercedes or his G-Wagon. He had his truck. So he had he at least had the foresight, judgment-wise, to be like, I'm in Cleveland, I'm a fifth rounder, let me have my $100,000 truck.
Right.
That's a good decision. To drive that truck 101 miles an hour in a 60, that's not so good. Go 80. Go 80, you're probably not in the headlines. You go 88, you're probably not in the headlines. You go 41 miles an hour over in the early hours of.
He was sober?
Not a good decision.
He was sober. I don't know. I'm not gonna flip out about that.
All right.
Sorry. That one's
Judgment
not
call.
that. I'm not saying it's great judgment.
Judgment decision making.
I'm not saying it's great, but that
Don't
one
be in the
that one
headlines.
won't get me.
Ray Shedeur?
That is
Don't be
today's
in the
Blue
headlines.
88.
Don't make a headline.
Here were their three running backs: Priest Holmes, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, and then LaDainian Tomlinson was next on their quote-unquote practice squad. No Adrian Peterson on there. I would think he would be kind of in this conversation. Like, if you could have any of those four running backs, or let's say five running backs.
Or AP in his prime? AP.
Yeah.
AP.
Really?
Yes. You know, a little bit of a loose cannon. Ball security issues. A little crazy. But in his prime, and that was this century, right? I mean, that was his prime. Yeah, I think I'm for sure taking Adrian Peterson.
I mean, the Priest Holmes numbers are pretty ridiculous, both with the Ravens and the Chiefs. But I don't know. It felt a little bit, because other guys kind of did that too, wherever he was. It never felt like it was him to me, even though I think he's a really great player. But Larry Johnson did a lot of those same things, and Jamal Charles did some of it in Kansas City.
Real quick Priest Holmes story, because we got to get to. Here's the thing, and there's some amazing entries. When you play in Arrowhead, to this day, the visitor buses, you walk out the same tunnel as the Chiefs players do, and they have barbecue for you. It's really nice, very hospitable. Then you can get to your buses, but you're right by the Chiefs player lot. And I remember walking on my bus, and there was Priest Holmes getting in his own vehicle with his own Priest Home picture of himself on his own vehicle.
Awesome.
Yeah. What do they call that? Not just a paint job, but when you put it all over the whole car.
A wrap.
Yeah. It was a Priest Holmes wrap.
Awesome.
Around his own SUV.
Badass.
Yeah, that was.
Well, that's why he's number one on this list, Brock. That's why he's on the quarter century
You knew how to
team.
market.
Brock's right. We do have some good submissions for Here's the Thing. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline.
You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects?
I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
When you partner with CDW, your people get more out of technology. CDW AI architects deliver Microsoft services to automate tasks and boost productivity, helping sales reps connect with more customers. Remote teams collaborate seamlessly, and small businesses compete at scale. That's amazing. Make amazing happen. Microsoft and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/modernwork.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Huard and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Huard, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
I'm now having fun just torturing Brock by asking him if I can sit with different people at the wedding next week. Hey, can I sit with this person? Can I sit with Luke? Can I sit with Damon? Is Drew going to be there?
Drew
Bledsoe
will not be there. No,
okay.
No Drew Bledsoe.
Not close enough to Drew.
Yeah. Maybe put you next to Coach Dungy. What do you think about Coach Dungy?
Is Coach Dungy going to be there?
No, Coach Dungy.
Well, I don't think that would be a great idea. I wouldn't put me and Heather next to Coach
Holmgren?
Dungy.
You want to be next to Coach Holmgren?
No, I don't think he's going to be there.
No.
Brock's trying to get through his speech, and he's like, hey, Brock, faster!
Faster! Okay, let's go. It's not about us. It's about here's the thing. Here we go. Come on.
Let's hear what you guys have to say this week.
Brock Huard doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, some other people, by the way, said Marshall Faulk. I would put him in that same category of like...
Yeah, he was 90s.
It's a little bit more 90s, right? He played into the 2000s, but 25 years, that doesn't really feel like Marshall Faulk. But all right, let's see. These are messages left for us on our app, Brock, the Seattle Sports app. We'll start with Alex.
Here's the thing. I figured out why teams are bringing their infield in when they should be just holding double play position, and it's dead rat, dead rat, dead rat, dead rat, dead rat, dead rat, dead rat.
It's already a deep cut, but quoting Jeff Passan.
So you weren't watching Arkansas LSU.
No.
First and second, 1 out, 9th inning. Arkansas is like, they've got the biggest curse. They just can't win in Omaha. Ground ball, double play depth. Shortstop just panics.
Really?
Throws it to third to get the lead runner. It
What?
turns 2, they win the game.
Oh,
turns 2, the game's over.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, they had the infield back, right for what Salk wanted, the 6-4-3.
Yep.
It just
couldn't do it. Had that Arkansas LSU rivalry, right? Like the Darren McFadden game.
Well, it gets worse than that. You're
It does.
leaving out the
I
most
know.
egregious
I know.
play.
What happened after that?
There was a line drive hit out to left field. The left fielder either slipped or misread it. It might have been a little bit of both, but it dies in front of him when he tries to dive. Then it gets behind him all the way to the wall. LSU ties it up, and then they went on to win. They walked it off. Like if he just catches that ball, the game's over.
Brutal. Here's Tim, who wants to help dealing with Brock.
Here's the thing. Brock, for Haley, Macy, and Titus, give out the gold, silver, and bronze medals for which are your favorite children. Sincerely, Aaron Goldsmith.
That's good.
Okay, so right now, Haley's gold.
Right.
Titus is silver, Macy's bronze.
That
That's
sounds
right
right.
now.
I could have
mean,
guessed that.
That could totally change.
Yeah.
Could totally
I
change.
would have guessed that. That's pretty easy. Haley's about to get married. She's number 1. Titus, you and Titus are going to all these camps together.
Yeah.
Macy's off. You know, she's in her off season.
With
wait
how
till
stressed out it
basketball
sounds like
season.
you've been about this wedding, I thought she might be bronze. But
No.
I forgot how highly valued being married is.
Molly's off the medal stand right
Oh,
now.
yeah, we don't have Molly on there. No.
Molly's off the medal stand at the moment.
Momzilla?
Bridezilla.
Yeah, Momzilla's
Momzilla.
not invited. She's banned from the Olympics like the Russian athletes.
Let's get her some performance-enhancing drugs and see if that helps. Here's James from Ireland.
Okay, here's the thing. Mike, I know you love hockey, and I have sent countless emails throughout the years, but look, I get it. I'm not here to judge, but I mean, I do pull up issue when you say that hockey is the only sport that like can be compared to like having captains and respecting the cup and they line up together and they shake hands. No. That's soccer. That is football across the rest of the world. And I'm sorry, I love you, I love the show, but like unfortunately MLS isn't soccer, and that's the only thing you have been like, you know, exposed to. So like it would be like comparing the NFL to Canadian Football League. So just, you know, yeah, it's not the only thing. Love the show, love you, love Brock.
I mean, I love you
Moore,
too, James.
love
I just wrote, this is a sports show. We're talking about sports. Hockey's the
You know
only
what ho-
sport. I mean, there are games, I suppose.
You know what hockey
like
players
soccer,
don't do,
but-
James? You know what hockey players don't do?
Right.
They don't flop.
They don't roll around on the ground
And then guess what,
pretending
James?
to be hurt.
After they flopped, they don't bring the ice spray out to spray them down and carry them off on a stretcher. Very, very, very
Yeah, don't
different.
compare those two.
Very different.
One is a sport played by the toughest people in the world. The other is a game that hopefully once you're 6, 7, 8 years old, you move on to other sports because you've played your kids' game and now it's time to do real sports.
Oh, that's
here's Brent.
Here's the thing, Brock. You are definitely going to ramble for at least 10 minutes when giving a speech at Haley's wedding. Salt is going to be way too warm to be able to tell time and try to stop you. Make sure you take all credit for Haley and all of her accomplishments. She would not be the person she is if it was not for you and a little help from Jesus Christ. And then when it comes to the groom, I mean, I expect you to give like a full-on physical evaluation of him.
Yeah, I'm
Heck,
with you.
Bring him up on stage, have him strip down and do a live buff dude report right there. Bring some weights, have him work out, have him show the family, the people, what he's bringing to the Hewards.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's just lean into your creepy weirdness.
Would you consider, Brock, doing a Buff Dude report specifically for Dylan?
Already done it. What do you want to know?
Well, I know in
good
front of
size
the wedding.
deltoids, good size, excellent proportion, strong lower half. Using DN linebacker, kind of a tweener in football.
Sure,
kind of a tweener, but great muscle fiber, great fiber inside and out as a human, as a kid. Yeah, I got all that.
Good.
But I'm not doing that in my toes.
That's too bad. Here's Danny.
Here's the thing. Jeff Passan said he was going to try his version of Elmo singing Phil Collins. Well, here's my version of that. The hurt doesn't show, the pain still grows. So stranger to you and me. Take it away, Elmo. Elmo, there's a coming in the tonight. Elmo waited for this moment all his life.
So weird.
Elmo.
That was really weird. That's a little strange. That's the strangest one we've gotten in a while, Danny. I like that. Zane got this in just under the wire, Brock. Here's the last one.
Here's the thing. This is old grandmother Brockella Heward. I was channeled when Brock had his facial, and I have a few things to say before I revert back to form. Number one, no sex before marriage.
True.
Period. This is where Brock and I align. If you engage in premarital shenanigans before sealing the deal with your maker, you might as well send a wedding invitation to Lucifer himself, or just invite a bunch of pornographers to your wedding and cut to the chase with your carnal funny business all the way to Hades. Number two, if you floss your teeth with a disposable flosser and then toss it on the ground or
Gross.
sidewalk instead of a proper trash receptacle, you're going straight to hell as well, and you're going to deserve being there. Number three, you got to have courage to get old. Everything hurts, and more things hurt every day. It's terrible. Even my eyelashes hurt. But the good news is that even though more things hurt, your ability to tolerate pain gets better. Okay, gotta get back to form now and stop cutting checks for this ridiculous wedding coming up. These retro cakes and immersive experiences aren't going to pay for themselves. Goodbye.
It's really the big two in terms of sins, Brock. Sex before marriage and throwing away your public flossing device.
The day we get to meet Danny and Zane in person will be a day we'll remember for
you'll
the
like
rest
that.
of our lives.
Yeah. Well, we used to have the top 5 callers. Some point we'll have to do our top 5 entrance into Here's the Thing. All right. Maura had a good idea. I don't know if we can do it for next week, but we'll see if we can put this together. Brock, what about, since all the teams are going international, right? That's the way to make money. We have James in Ireland. We've had people in Argentina. Do you think we could put together an international edition of Here's the Thing?
I want people to check in with where they're listening from around the we used to we've seen on our podcast page where
Spanning
people
the
listen
world.
from, and there's a lot of people listening from other countries.
Yeah. So just the thought.
Spanning the globe.
Yeah.
Salk.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. That's
in.
Here's the Thing. Download the app, and you can leave us messages like that as well. Our friend DJ Daniel Jeremiah to join us in 20 after everything you need to know next.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Church's Chicken is bringing even more flavor to the neighborhood with our Bremerton location, and we can't wait to share what we've been cooking up. So stop by and try our bold, juicy, flavor-to-the-bone fried chicken with all our only at Church's Fixins. Yeah, your newest fave is waiting with unbeatable deals and unmistakable crunch right here at the Church's Chicken in Bremerton on 4000 Wheaton Way. That's right. Come on down. Friends, family, and neighbors welcomed at 4000 Wheaton Way in Bremerton. See you soon. Church's.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he got military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Jet City Harley. 600 new Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Jet City Harley. Visit JetCityHarley.com.
Payments based on extra models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. Prostate cancer can be silent. It's important to get checked, even if you have no symptoms. Ask your primary care doc for a PSA screening if you're 50 or over, and 45 if there's a family history. If you or someone you know is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment at Swedish Cyberknife right here in Seattle. It only takes 5 short treatment sessions. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here, and you can book now for an unforgettable summer experience opening this August. Wake up to breathtaking Cascade views with world-class dining and play your favorite games. Visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Hits are nice, Brock, but you got to walk, and mostly you got to hit for some power. And the Mariners didn't do so yesterday. They did out-hit Boston 6-3, but they didn't out-walk them, and they got out-homered 2-0.
The 0-1. Swung on, drill deep, left center field. Julio back, looking up, and it is gone. Trevor Story, 2-run home run. And the Red Sox have the lead. It's 3-1 here in the fourth.
Yeah, he hasn't done much in the series, but he did that yesterday, and that was kind of it. That was the difference, as Boston ends up winning the series 2-1. Garrett Crochet was as advertised, and Mariners only score 1 run, comes off a wild pitch. That's not going to get it done.
Yeah, 3 hits, and 2 of them are home runs. You get 6 hits, but no home runs, and as you said, Crochet was just in command. Didn't give you freebies, didn't walk you. Outside of that wild pitch, it was hard slugging, and you knew that. That guy is one of the elite ones, and one of the rare elite ones that you didn't beat this year. Just about every other elite
No, you beat him earlier this year.
Skubal. Yeah, you did beat him in Boston.
Yeah,
that's true.
Beat him once, just weren't able to do it a second time, which is obviously asking for a lot.
Tough. It's a tough one today, but you look at the homestand overall 4-2. You feel pretty good about that, and you head to the road now, off day tomorrow, and then take to the road. So. We'll just continue to take this and take some confidence from this one and move forward onto the road.
Biggest inning in that homestand, Brock, is beating Class A in the 9th. That is the thing that really changes the whole view of the homestand. That is such a huge comeback win there. If you don't do that and you go quietly into the night in Game 2 against Cleveland, then it's a 3-3 homestand coming off the bad road trip.
Yeah.
But you get that win, and it really helps to change the perception in a positive way.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I thought you were going to go the inning there in the first game against Boston that you load the bases with nobody out, and you got JP and Julio and Cal.
That didn't help. That was the other side of it. I was just being positive, Brock.
No, you're positive.
Kind of a positive guy, as you know.
Can
Head
I make
off
a
now on the road.
Can I make a declarative statement?
Please do.
As they begin this 10-day road trip, off today and then 10 days in Chicago, Minnesota, and Texas. If Julio and Randy do not heat up from a power situation, Julio has not hit a home run this month of June. It's been a 20-game stretch. Randy has hit 3 since April. Like those two guys, this is the road trip
pop
that you've got to heat up. This team needs them to slug.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Now, one of those cornerbacks that came on the market's now off the market again. Jair Alexander Brock goes to the Ravens. Just 1 year, $6 million. I think that speaks a lot to how little he's played. He's just been hurt a lot.
That's right. And I think the real concern of whether or not you can really tackle. He can cover. And for them, maybe he becomes their 3rd or 4th cover guy. And you can play man-to-man, man. He can still run and twitchy and cover. But to be a starter and come up and hit and do everything that's asked within a team defense, I think that's why you see that number. The most curious thing, honestly, will be what does that number mean for Shaq Griffin? I think that is still target A1, who the Seahawks want and would love to fold into this. Obviously he's wanting some money, as does Rasul Douglas, from what I understand. That's a little rich. I am curious if that would help now setting a market for a player of that kind of ilk.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Owners are selling, Brock. Owners are selling. They are looking at these valuations and getting out. 2 big pieces of news. Yesterday in baseball, it was the Rays. Stu Sternberg has been, I think, looking for a way out of Tampa for a while, and he's finally going to get one. Real estate developer Patrick Zalupski leading a group there which will purchase the team from Sternberg for $1.7 billion. He would reportedly keep the team in Tampa. So curious what exactly exactly that means. I read Tampa. I don't know if that means the Tampa area would still consider St. Pete or what, but that's what they're talking about there. And then, of course, the big news that I'm sure you heard yesterday, the Lakers are going to be sold to Mark Walter for $10 billion valuation, Brock. That is a lot of money.
To who? Who is it?
Mark Walter.
Walter.
I think it is.
Mark Walter.
He's the owner of the Dodgers. Giant real estate developer, etc.
You know, we stay at this resort, Salk, and this resort, you can rent the house on the resort for a cool $115,000 a night. And I've often wondered who in the world can afford to pay $115,000 a night for this house.
Well, Mark Walter can.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Yeah.
And the Bus family, now that they have a cool $8.5 billion in their pocket
to spend kind of wherever they want.
Yeah.
Yep. So Mark Walter is an American business, reading from Wikipedia, CEO of Guggenheim Partners, a privately held global financial services firm with more than $325 billion in assets under management.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's funny, though. It says his net worth is only $6.1 billion. That can't be right.
Sheesh. What are you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm guessing, like, if you're spending this kind of cash, $6.1 billion, I would think he's got more than that. Anyway, that is everything you need to know. Everything you need to know, Brock.
That was a lot of money.
Was
a
it?
lot of money.
He's a Creighton guy. He went to Creighton University.
In Omaha.
Yeah.
Again, if to just think that none of this is tied together, from Mark Cuban selling the Mavericks a year ago and the Celtics owners selling and the Bus family, to just think they're all isolated, independent events, I don't think they are. I think those are some really smart people that, as you said, is seeing a market right now that, you know, we all assume, oh, it's just going to go up and up and up, right? Oh, it's going to go up and up. Any real estate just goes up and up and up. No, real estate always doesn't go up and up and up, especially on the commercial side or otherwise. I kind of look at this.
You think it is all connected? I don't know. I'm not sure.
A bunch of really smart people to get to that point kind of look at the situation. Now, the guy in Tampa, I don't know. Now, he bought it for what?
He's been trying to get out for. He doesn't have enough money.
He bought it for $200 million. And,
right.
Yeah, to sell it for 1.7.
He just doesn't have enough money to run that team. I think that's been pretty clear. And then when everything went down with the ballpark and the hurricane, like I think he's kind of like, I don't know what to do next.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. We're going to keep monitoring this, and obviously, eventually, this is going to come up with the Seahawks. So, all right, speaking of smart people that are well-connected in their industry, our buddy Daniel Jeremiah going to join us next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and obviously the weather's been so great that you're starting to feel like summer. Tomorrow's the solstice. You're thinking about everything you're going to be doing, whether it's the barbecues or the trips to the beach, golf, vacation, whatever, right? Well, you're going to end up taking pictures. You want to look and feel your very best, and Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help with that. You can do it super fast. I lost 15 pounds in the first 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, so you got time to get this done. Schedule a 15-minute no-obligation consultation right now by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You'll get safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. No pills, no injections, no surgery, real food. You buy it all just at the grocery store. No fake prepackaged meals, nothing like that. You will lose weight, and you will look and feel your very best. Well, you're not hungry while doing the program either. It's pretty good. The secret, you'll find out in just a 15-minute conversation with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today, or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this is fun. Just sort of a little off-season bonus with our buddy Daniel Jeremiah, who's kind enough to take a few minutes with us. And if you're watching on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app, you can see his Justin Thomas-looking face right now. DJ, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you boys. This is like it is a nice little bonus here.
It's a wedding gift.
By the way, I have to give.
Yeah, it's a wedding gift. It's a wedding gift for Haley.
Yeah, it is. By the way, is this the
morning.
first? Is this the first wedding for you with kids?
This is my first wedding.
Can I give you some
oldest. advice? How many of you? We're the same age. How many of you had?
So I have 4 kids, but my daughter got married 2 years ago. So This is the
How
thing.
old were you when you had your first daughter? Like 17?
22.
Jeez.
Yeah, we got married. I found out I was in the weight room. I got married before I graduated in December. I got married in the summer before my last year, that last semester, and I was working out. I got married in the spring. So I'm working out in the fall, and I'm in the weight room. No, it's not really cell phone era. And my strength coach goes, while I'm in lifting, he goes, "Hey, your wife's on the phone." And I went, "That's probably not a good thing, you know." So I go in there, and that's how I found out. I was like, "Are you serious?" I thought she was gonna say we had like a rat or something in the apartment. But
I think at 22, I would have preferred the rat.
Oh, Salky.
But here's my one piece of advice, Brock. So I don't know how, like, they didn't do this stuff when we were getting married. This whole like first look thing. I don't know if you guys are set up to do this.
Yeah.
You might.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I always thought, okay, I think I'll be able to keep it together. Maybe when I'm walking her down the aisle, I'll cry, but I think I'm going to be okay. Yeah. I was not aware of this first look thing. So it's like the bride gets ready, right? So the groom doesn't see her, and then the dad doesn't see her. So before she even gets to go see the groom, they'll like set it up and they'll kind of walk you around a corner, and then you get to see your daughter in her wedding dress for the first time. I was done. I was just a puddle. I was bawling at that point in time. I was bawling there. I bawled down the aisle. I bawled when I gave her away. I cried at the first dance. I mean, I had anticipated maybe I was going to cry once for 5 seconds. I was just I was embarrassed. I couldn't keep it together.
Did you practice for the first dance?
No. And I grew up the son of a Baptist minister, so I was not allowed to dance. Right. So I've never the first time I've ever really danced was with my daughter at her wedding. True story.
So I got to ask you the same question I asked Brock then.
Yeah, I didn't look like Michael Jackson.
But like you've seen Footloose, right?
Yeah.
So when you watch Footloose, do you sympathize with John Lithgow or with Kevin Bacon and his friends?
Not Lithgow. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
He was a little bit much in that movie, so he was a bit much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just check. I know. So you're sort of a Diane Weiss sympathizer, I think, kind of in between. Okay. Now this is starting to make some sense to me.
It was interesting. It was interesting.
This is probably a topic for another day. Maybe we can talk.
You guys, what brought me on here for?
This is part of what we brought you on.
It's good advice. No, it's good advice. Good advice.
What
it beats talking about the Padres getting their teeth kicked in by the Dodgers. I can tell you that much.
What are you hearing from OTA season, minicamp season? Now that's kind of all mostly in the book. Certainly it is here. What just kind of generally around the league, what do you hear?
I hear the same things every year. I don't think that it really changes. Everybody wishes they had one more offensive lineman and one more corner. It's just kind of like the typical thing. We're a little worried about our corner depth, or we got to keep our 5 linemen healthy. We don't feel great about where we are depth wise there. But everybody's quarterback is unbelievable this time of year. I've yet to talk to a team that says that the quarterback's just not locked in right now. So for the most part, that's what I hear. Are you guys hearing differently up there?
Did you not hear Salt?
Doing well?
Did you not hear Salt go viral?
It went
a couple weeks ago? Did you not, DJ? Man, I know when the season ends, you take a 2-week
turn
nap.
it off. Yeah.
I went to the first minicamp practice. It was the only one I got to go to. I was going to go to a second one the next week, and I ended up getting sick, so I wasn't able to go. But I went to the first open practice, and Darnold just had a bad practice. He didn't look good. Like, it's the only one I saw, and we talked about it the next morning, and he looked tentative. He did throw a couple of picks and a couple of throws behind people. That wasn't so much it as it was the tentativeness. And so we talked about it the next day, and then by coincidence, that was the day we had Mike McDonald on. And so I did ask Mike.
Where this is going.
Well,
you have a clip of this? Good. Can I hear this?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up for you. Maybe Maura will be kind enough to pull it up while I'm talking. Maybe you could pull up Mike's answer, because I just asked him, hey, we haven't spoken to him since the change in the quarterback room, etc.
What did you say?
I said, is there any situation in which other than injury, Sam Darnold isn't the starter in the first week of the season? And this is what he said.
This is a crazy question. There's just not going to, Sam's our starting quarterback. We love him. He's doing a tremendous job. I think it's funny that the media is out there for the first day, and all of a sudden they know exactly how good we're going to be and how good all the players are and all the tempos. We don't even put on pads yet. We haven't made one tackle. And it turns out at practice, it's a great way to build culture by letting guys know that they can't make mistakes. That's exactly what we're shooting for. So go out to practice, be tight. Make sure you don't make a mistake, because then God forbid, you're the worst player of all time because you made one bad throw or one bad decision. It's like, that is not what we're trying to build. We want these guys to go prepare the right way, and then when they go out on the practice field, go freaking let it rip, and then we'll go fix it. We'll go. We got time. It's June 3rd. We'll go. Okay, they're going to get plenty of reps. We'll get those things fixed. I mean, Sam made a lot of great throws yesterday. He's gashing us on 3rd and goal to start the day out too. So yeah, that was kind of a crazy question.
Okay. He was sitting on it like a fart. He was sitting on it the whole interview. Just when are you going to ask?
Where did it go from there, Brock? Was that the end of it?
No, that was kind of the end because
he had about 10 minutes after that. That's where you show off the
you
real
asked
skill
him about
in
his
this
baby
business.
after that. You brought it back to
That's
I
where the
think I
skill
did,
is.
right? I think it ended positively. We talked about Jack, his son, and everything. His
Taking
one-year-old
batting
son.
practice.
Yeah. That's
How
a
much money
crazy
did they give
question.
Sam?
That's just a crazy
I mean, a
question.
lot for this year, but they're not on the hook after this year. Honestly, it was not a question of like, hey, Sam looks terrible. What did you think? It was like, hey, if you had just seen that one practice and didn't know any of the people involved, you would have looked at it and said, oh, Drew Lock's a starting quarterback. Cool. Like it wouldn't have even been close. He was the best quarterback that you saw that day. Milrose still looked young, and honestly, that day, Darnold looked tentative. So the question was, we lived through Pete Carroll, where he had a legitimate competition between Russell Wilson and Tavares Jackson and Matt Flynn. Is this like that, or is this Sam's job? And, well, I think now we know pretty clearly it's Sam's job.
Yeah. I mean, Matt Flynn got decent money coming over there, but it was nothing compared to, and I know it's different, the cap and all that's gone up, but this was not really competition money for Sam, even if it's not long term. It's not competition money coming in the door. He's going to be fine. I mean, I have seen some clunkers over the years at some of these mini camps. I remember, gosh, it wasn't mini camp, it was training camp, right? Remember Jamar Chase dropped like 4 or 5 balls in a practice, and that was the story, that he was a bust after a training camp practice. So it is ironic though, but that you might have been at the one place where there wasn't complete and 100% optimism about the quarterback play, because when I talk to buddies and just that time of year, and you talk to people at all these different teams, it's always, whether the quarterback's coming off a great year, a poor year, whether he's young or old, it's always like, man, quarterback's locked in. He's ready to go. A lot of positivity. Yes. Unless Salk's at your practice, then it's all the world is coming to an end.
No, that is not. Please don't paint me into that world. That is not what I said.
Him and the running back weren't on the same page on an option route, and you're ready to ship the guy out of town. Jiminy Christmas.
You were feeding a narrative that is not true. Please stop doing that.
Don't feed the sandlot dog. What is on
First
DJ's?
of all, hey Brock, what's Salk doing watching quarterback play when I know that Gray Zabel and the linemen were probably on another side of the field? I thought he would have been just laser focused trying to get a sense of the interior of this offensive line.
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's just it's minicamp. They're not allowed to touch each other, so it's a little hard. I did get eyes on Gray Zabel, who looks great. I still have no clue who's going to be playing next to him or what all of that ends up looking like. And we were talking to Matt yesterday. We're going to do some of this at 9:00. And Matt Hasselbeck says, hey, this is an identity year for the Seahawks. This is their opportunity to get, and we've heard, who was it who said Abe Lucas said running for this team is a non-negotiable, which is great. I love all that. Yeah. Do they have the offensive line to do that?
We'll find out. To me, I think there's also just marrying the offensive line with Kubiak's scheme, and we'll see what that looks like. So I'm curious, as the league has tended to get a little bit more gap-oriented, a little more power-oriented. So I'm just curious to see what it looks like, if this is going to be kind of real zone-heavy or whether they're going to try and get downhill a little bit.
If Daniel Jeremiah was a little bit taller, was a little bit faster, threw the ball 80 yards, a little bit more with a little more crispness. And when he went in that weight room, where were you then? At Appalachian State, and got that phone call from your wife that you were going to be pregnant, and all of a sudden, you were going to be a first-round pick at quarterback. Mm-hmm. And that Daniel Jeremiah could pick whatever offensive system to go into in today's NFL. Which system would you that guy? Which system would he prefer?
Ooh. First of all, by the way, do you know how long it took me to take all those plates off the bar to go home to see my newly pregnant wife? It was quite a long time. Yeah. Well, if I had all these skills that you just referenced, that I know,
traits.
Yeah. Gosh. Well, I mean, I think if you have an athlete at quarterback, what Baltimore's doing is probably the most fun way to watch and play offense. You know, just all the different things they can do. But for me, if I was going to be somewhat realistic, it would still be, you know, with my limitations, and most quarterbacks don't have those elite top shelf skills. I still think that when you're talking about, Kyle Shanahan and McVay's altered and changed a little bit over the years, but I still think, you know, it's rhythm, it's timing. You're still coming out working off some play action, even if you're in the gun or under center, it doesn't matter. But to me, anything that was more rhythm based, it was just more comfortable if you could find yourself in that rhythm.
Should that be what this system is? We hear Shanahan, we see McVay. So. Like, isn't that at the very root of what you think Clint Kubiak and all this personnel wants to do?
That's what it's. Yeah, that's what is. Obviously from his family. You know, people talk about the trees that you're under and what coaches you've worked for. How about the family you grew up in? That's what that looked like. So. I think Sam's that way. I know I read an article this morning and was just kind of brushing up on the Seahawks and what was going on there. And there was an article on ESPN talking about the importance of Sam getting the ball out, you know, of all the sacks that he took late in the year. And, you know, is he going to be able to do that? And the two takeaways I had just from going back and thinking about those games and having watched those games multiple times was, number one, I don't know how many quarterbacks are going to not take sacks in that Rams game with the way they got destroyed up front. So, you know, I don't put that totally on Sam. The other thing was legitimate, which is I do think, you want to hunt explosives, and sometimes that can take time, and sometimes you have to have some sacks in order to get explosive plays. But I think Sam is at his best when he's a back foot, one hitch and get the ball out. Like when he does that and he plays and finds himself in that kind of rhythm, I think that's when he's at his best. And I think that really goes back to USC. When he tried to get outside of the scheme a little bit, yeah, he can do that. He's a good athlete, but I don't think that's when he's at his best.
What does the weaponry look like in terms of setting up to allow him to throw right in time, right in rhythm all the time?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what it looks like of how they deploy these guys. And you guys would know, having been out there, I'm curious to see how they're going to marry up, with Cooper Kupp and JSN, and how they're going to, mix and match and deploy those guys. Because both those guys can win early. They have the quickness to win early to be able to give you on-time throws. I'm just curious, and I don't know what they've shown or what they've said about how they plan on playing those guys off of each other. What have they said? Yeah,
it was a little careful with Cooper, I think, all offseason. He's in great shape, but, as a veteran guy, they want to get him to the starting line. So I don't, he's going to take a little less reps. JSN looks good. I get the sense that JSN wants to be a one. Like, I'm a one. I can play Z. I can play
outside,
flanker. Yeah. I think in his mind, and for a payday standpoint coming down the road, I think he wants to be a one. I'll tell you, DJ, who the real X factor is. And we talked to you after the draft. We talked to you 2 weeks after the draft. Salky's instincts, I think, were totally right on this one. Just as far as, like, gosh, of all these picks, the one that's the most polarizing, or certainly like the big X factor, is Arroyo. I mean, they were moving him around. Former Seahawk receiver Brian Walters was in with us, and on the station, he's like, I didn't even know who 18 was. It's like, who is this big, athletic X receiver? Like, oh, hold on a second. That's not an X receiver. That's a tight end. What do you think realistically, if you were to project him? And I know we talked about it before and after the draft, but now 2 months later, can this guy be a dude? Can you come in right away as a rookie with his background and be a dude in the NFL?
I think he can win one-on-one. I think he can run away from guys. I think he showed at the Senior Bowl, he's got more route polish than you got a chance to see on film. My question with him, and we won't know till we get into games, is just the tight end position is such a awareness position, spatial awareness, feel, instincts. Like that, to me, I don't know if you go out there and watch, one-on-ones or even in 7-on-7, if you get a total understanding of that. I think we got to get to the games to see if he has that capacity that all those great tight ends have. But in terms of just, you got to line up and we're going to get the matchup we want, can you beat this guy? 100%. Yeah, that's what he's shown, and he's got big time range and agility. He's not stiff. So the talent is definitely there. Let me ask you guys one more question on the offense. And I don't know how teams are. Sometimes teams get upset if you talk about this kind of stuff. But are they condensed? Are they really tight and condensed with how they're running their offense?
I think it's a total mixed bag. Now, Salk was just zero laser focus on Sam. So
I wouldn't say that, but I don't know that I could answer that question. I don't have those kinds of eyes to be able to tell you what that looks like at practice.
To me, Brock, wouldn't you think it makes sense for them to kind of play condensed a little bit?
Yes.
With the guys they got.
What's the upside of that? Why would you mean condensing your splits of the offensive line and everything is sort of close together? What would be the reason to do that?
Well, I think it can help you in different areas. I think number one, if you have receivers that are tough and physical, which I think they do. Now you can block down. You can get receivers up on linebackers. Then you can leave the free man as a secondary player for your back. So it can help your run game, as well as now you've got a chance to really explode. And you want to run any type of crosser. Obviously, think about it, you're much closer. You're able to access the entire field from that standpoint. So you get a lot of mesh. You get a lot of rubs. It sounds weird because you're bringing everybody in. You'd think it would be more chaotic, but I think as a quarterback, to me, it can end up clearing some things out for you.
Yeah, and not necessarily, Salky, the splits of the O-lineman. He's talking condensed is a little more formation, a little more bunch, a little more tight.
Yeah, okay.
A little more of what Sean McVay did for a couple years there that had everybody chasing it and everybody, and I think when you're not elite speed, right, I wouldn't put JSN and Kupp as elite speed. I got to get him in space and elite speed. And you are more savvy and more nuanced and more feel and more instinct, which they are. Yeah, man, condense it down. Play it a little more in a phone booth. And, yeah, I think you will see a little bit more of that, DJ, for sure.
Hey, how about on the other side of things? We've spent so much time wondering and asking questions about the offense. The strength of this team really should be the defense. Year 2 of Mike McDonald. And, I've been beating the drum. I hadn't thought about it until a conversation with somebody who was like, man, maybe they should go after Trey Hendrickson. Like, I don't know whether he's truly available or not, or whether that's what's going to go down. Adam Schefter seems to kind of change his view on that almost by the day. But if he is available, and a bunch of the things we've seen have said like a second and a fifth, something along those lines, not that much different than what the Seahawks gave up a few years ago for Leonard Williams, should they go after Trey Hendrickson?
If that was what the price is, I know you got to pay him a bunch of money. But heck yeah, I mean, I'd be in the business of trying to collect great players, and they've got a fast defense, they've got a very talented defense. But man, you throw in a guy like that who's gonna get off the bus and get you 12 to 15 sacks because he's such a good, natural, instinctive pass rusher, and you're in a division where you got to go hunt Matthew Stafford. Yeah, 100%. I would try and be in on that. They're a good defense now, and they're a fast defense, and they're athletic, and they've added some more young pieces. But I don't know. Like when you get down to it, when you get to 3rd and 7, and you're looking at this front, you go, okay, man, there's a lot of really good players there. But I don't know that I'm looking at that group saying, okay, this is 100% where I've got to direct extra attention, and I think he would be that guy.
Is he still that good? Can he still be that guy for the next 2 to 3 years where, it's not just a 1-year deal? Because right now it's a lot of 1-year deals, right? DeMarcus Lawrence, 1-year deal. Cooper Kupp, basically 1-year deal. Sam, in some ways, contractually can be a 1-year deal. Is this guy still got enough in the tank to do and play the level he's played at, you think, DJ, for the next 2 or 3 years?
I think so. I think, to me, you kind of look at it and go, okay, was he a speed-dependent rusher? If you're a speed-dependent rusher, I think there's a tendency you can kind of fall off of a cliff. It's not really like a slow decline. I mean, Von Miller would probably be an example of that, and obviously he's kind of broken down. But you saw, like, when that's your main bag there, and that goes away, you're kind of not left with a whole lot. This dude is a technician. He's not even just a power-based rusher or speed rusher. He does everything well. But he just has an instinct and a feel and a knack. And those guys, I think that prolongs their run a little bit, provided he stays healthy. He just knows how to rush.
Compare and contrast him and Max Crosby, because we know they would have traded DK and Geno for Max. Compare and contrast. We don't see a lot of Trey Hendrickson. Right. We haven't played the Bengals a lot. Yeah. We don't see a lot of right? So I think that he's a real outlier to me. We just haven't seen him a ton. Compare and contrast him and Max Crosby.
Max is a longer, twitchier, more explosive, more dynamic player who plays really, really hard. And, obviously that you got to account for him every play. I think Trey is a more skilled rusher. I think he has more ways to win. as a rusher, and I think that Trey plays inside the scheme more than Max does. Max makes some unbelievable plays, but he's going to get caught, and he's going to put them in some bad spots at times because he just kind of freelances a little bit and kind of, plays his own brand. Whereas I think Trey is not going to vacate, and you're not going to get gashed on some runs because he's getting a little bit outside the scheme.
I know they sort of fit any scheme, but did they fit this scheme?
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's a scheme that either one of those two guys wouldn't fit in. That's it to me, and I know
it's
like
a crazy question, right? I mean, isn't that a crazy question? Is that a crazy
not
question?
The craziest question.
Totally crazy.
The edge setting is still a big part of this thing. As much as we want to talk about the pass rush, edge setting is always going to be a part of that Mike McDonald defense, and Trey Hendrickson does that really well as well.
Okay, so DJ joins us, hypothetically. You come up, and you and Bucky do a podcast, and you come up to Seattle, and we treat you to some great Dungeness crab and some salmon, and, just have a great time up here. And we head out to training camp. DJ's eyes, you're going to watch a training camp, big-time padded training camp practice for the Seahawks. Your eyes for this team this year are going to be where? What do you have to see?
I probably, to be honest with you, would be looking at Salk to see who he's watching. I think watching him watch practice might be more enjoyable than even just watching.
It's pretty
practice.
good. I think you'd enjoy that, by the way. I think you'd be very impressed with what you saw. A lot of blink scouting.
Yes. You know what? I would like to see how much you're going to actually bang in these practices, but I would like to see what this offensive line looks like. That's a good test with this interior defensive front. So, I think you'll get battle tested. I think you'll know going into the season what – how confident you are in this offensive line because of that group they're going to have to go against.
If you are watching me, you'd see a little of that, but then you would also definitely make sure you had eyes on Jalen Milroe. I just can't help it. I know that this has nothing to do with Sam Darnold or any of that. If you're going to put an athlete out there who can throw the ball and run like Jalen Milroe, my eyes are going to go there, and I can't help it. Maybe it's a fan, maybe it's a radio host mentality, but I want to see Jalen Milroe because he's exciting.
How are they deploying him? Are they just kind of just running the same plays that they're running with Sam as he goes and gets his reps at this point?
So far. Yeah. And that's just mini camp and et cetera. So I don't know how much more will be there, but we've been asked a few times, over under on touchdowns Jalen Milroe scores this year, both all touchdowns through the air, running the ball, over under 3.5. You want the over, the under?
I was going to say the exact same number before you said that. I was thinking through that in my head.
I'll take the over. I think he definitely goes over.
I think if I had to choose one of those two, I probably would, because you figure he maybe gets a start. If he gets one start and then he just gets a couple other opportunities, you get to that number.
That'd be kind of fun. We got to go. We spent so much time talking about
I am coming up there to Seattle in a
when?
couple weeks, by the way. We're going on a cruise to Alaska, so we take off out of Seattle. So maybe we can get some coffee or something.
I'm sure your wife would love for you to come in studio for part of that.
That'll be great.
Bring her in.
Great.
How many kids coming with you of the 4?
Not all of them. We have two and a friend.
Okay.
So,
you got grandkids yet?
No, not yet.
Is that coming soon?
I don't think so. I think they're going to wait on that.
Very uncomfortable.
But I'll keep you up to date. I'll get you.
Please do.
Up to date. When they start trying, I'll tell you what. I'll text you.
Give me a scouting report on the kid when he's ready. Yeah. I want to see all of that. DJ,
Brock. Hey, have a great wedding, buddy.
I'll send you some pictures, buddy.
I look forward to Uncle Salk.
He'll be there. He and Heather and the girls are going to be there.
Yeah, we'll be there. I've offered many times to help Brock with, asking him questions for the speech if he needs, or setting him up, or maybe cutting him off when he talks too long. I can do all those things. I'm very well practiced.
Just be a guide. Just be a guide.
Yep, that's right.
DJ, thanks, man. Appreciate you. There goes Daniel Jeremiah. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. Do you think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
When it
comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800. With
24 monthly bill credits. New line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Final hour here of Brock and Salk show. Great stuff with Daniel Jeremiah, and we'll come back, Brock, to some of that football conversation at 9:30, because I want to go through what he said, the Trey Hendrickson stuff, something Matt said yesterday.
Some of the Schneider stuff, too.
Yeah, okay, Schneider sound. So we'll do all that at 9:30 before Trash Takes at 9:45. Adam Jude, a half hour ago, tweeting Luke Raley is expected to be activated this weekend when the Mariners play the Cubs in Chicago. So I haven't read the article yet, and I apologize to Adam. So I don't know what he wrote inside of this piece. I'm just reading the tweet. But he then goes through what that could mean for a potential roster shakeup. It is going to mean a roster shakeup, because if you're going to bring him back, you're going to have to make a decision on probably one of three players, I would think, right? I mean, that's got to be a decision on Rowdy Tellez, Dominic Canzone, or maybe Solano, but I don't think it's Solano at all just because of the right-left thing. To me, this is a Dominic Canzone, Rowdy Tellez conversation.
Mastrobuoni?
I don't think so. I would be surprised just based on the flexibility and his ability to play around the infield.
Left-handed bat, you know.
I got to tell you, just if you had asked me a few days ago, I would have said Dominic Canzone gets sent back down and they look to trade him at the deadline. That would have been my thought.
Your gut, okay.
You ask me today, a day or two before Luke Raley gets activated, I think Rowdy Tellez is gone. I think it's going to be a Rowdy Tellez. I think it just gives you more flexibility, right? I mean, like, Luke can play right, obviously, or he can play first, but having him be the right-handed or the left-handed bat side of that platoon at first base where he's getting most of the at-bats there, I think at this point, I think they would rather roll with Canzone and Raley than Raley and Tellez, just based on what we've seen. And you always have, Dylan Moore or Mastrobuoni and the ability to play right field if, you're not happy with what you're getting from Canzone. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it would be my guess that this would be a Rowdy Tellez move.
Well, it'll be interesting, Salky. So Cal Raleigh leads this team in home runs with
27.
27. Second on this team in home runs is
Rowdy Tellez.
Yes, with 11.
Yeah, I get that. You can't have a 250 on base percentage. I think that's the challenge. Like, I appreciate the home runs, and obviously a 434 slugging is okay. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's good. Brock, you can't have a 250 on base percentage.
Yeah, that's why it's a negative 0.5 WAR.
Right. I mean, and the defense is not great necessarily. I don't know that either he nor Canzone play great defense at the position, so maybe that's kind of a wash. But I'm just looking at it. I mean, look, you could opt to send down Canzone and, as I mentioned the other day, maybe give a few more at-bats against right-handers to Solano. He's been one of their best hitters over the last month. I know that sounds crazy given how awful the first month was, but really for half of his season, he's been a good hitter. Maybe you want to give him some more bats against right-handers where he hasn't had awful splits throughout his career. But I'm sorry, we're June 19th, and I'm looking at it and seeing a 250 on base percentage.
Yeah.
That's a tough look right there.
Yeah, and no base running, and just one of the guys. I think he's shown you this year why he's been a journeyman. If there is a mistake to him, he does damage to that mistake. He's fully still capable of doing that. But any quality pitching against him, he's going to have a real tough go at it.
I would hope that and by the way, I think that's the move I would make. I would probably DFA Tellez. I would hope that he clears waivers and that you end up having him back, and he sort of plays that Mike Ford role from a few years ago, where if there's an injury and if you need him, you can always bring him back. And he's a decent enough player. He's serviceable. He has some pop. He can get hot now and again, but he hasn't ever really caught fire here in these 2.5 months. And so, look, if he does somewhere else, good for him. He may catch fire sometime for another month in his career. Like, I think he's very capable of that. But if I'm making a cut today, if I'm making the move today for Luke Raley, I'm probably making it with Tellez. Okay. And by the way, I think it's a good one. I think getting Raley back helps this team. Mm-hmm. I really do.
Lyle, you have a gut? You have an instinct? You have more of a feel for that one in any way? Or is it going to be, and would you make the same move as Salk with Tellez?
That's all sound thinking. The only thing that has me kind of on the thought of your wavelength, Brock, about Mastroboni is now that you have your infield pretty solidified in terms of Cole Young plays second most days, Ben Williamson plays third most days. If Raley came back, he'd play right field most days, well, I guess against righties, that Dylan Moore's your platoon guy, and he's the one you go back to moving around rather than having him in the lineup every day. And if you decide that you want to go offense over defense, then you'd keep Rowdy and bring Raley back.
Yeah, the challenge, too, is unfortunately Dylan's in one of those swells that we find him in. He's won for his last 24, and that one was a single yesterday. So it has been a tough
lot of strikeouts during that stretch also.
I think that's like, what did we say, like 15 strikeouts? So it was 24. It's just been a tough go to simply put the ball in play. So, yeah, this will be a little telling. I mean, this is right. Luke Raley is healthy. Luke Raley's had a nice stretch here of games down in Tacoma. And as you have said a multitude of times, he's not, an elite player by any means, but he is a role player that fits the style they want to play. He's aggressive. He's a tremendous base runner. He can steal bases. He can bunt. He can do some of those little things that he was doing the first 6 weeks of the season to help this ball club. And, I think that this will be a little telling decision of whether it is a Mastroboni, whether it is a Canzone with options, or whether it is sending Tellez out and hopefully, as you said,
and remember, look, the safest thing to do is to send down Canzone because you have options with him. You can send him down and then bring him back. Obviously, if it's Tellez, that's potentially the end of your relationship there. That's okay. Like, I'd take that risk. I would hope that he stays. I would hope that you get the opportunity to put him in Tacoma. I think you kind of squeezed
everything out that you were going to get out.
I think that's fine. Like, I'm glad he helped. He helped win a couple games, and he's hit a couple of big home runs, 11 home runs on the year. But they do need power. Luke Raley's going to provide it. Canzone's got some pop as well. So I'm looking at it and saying that that's probably the end for Rowdy Tellez, and I would look for Luke Raley to start playing a lot more first base rather than playing right field. Also, maybe that's a little easier on him after having the oblique. And I'm going to continue to wonder whether or not Polanco can start getting himself into the lineup more often in the field. I know there's not room every day at second or third, but as I've said before, I see Jorge Polanco as a first baseman. Maybe it's helpful to keep him off his feet, let him DH, and just make sure the knees are good throughout the year. But I would want him to be in the mix at first base. I just see him as a potential first base option. And if you were to not find a first baseman at the deadline, but could find yourself a legitimate DH, well, then I would have that guy DH, let Luke Raley play right, and let Jorge Polanco play first base every day.
I really think you undersell playing first base. Like, guys don't just pick it up in the middle of the year.
Infielders?
I think first base is a tough position to just pick up.
Okay.
Thank you, Lyle.
I'm going to go back to what Kevin Youkilis told me when I asked him that exact question. And he was like, are you freaking kidding me? Anyone could play this position. If you play Major League Baseball, you could play first base. It is the easiest thing in the world.
Well, there's also the Moneyball line. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash. It's incredibly hard. Ron Washington's one of the best infield gurus ever.
I'm just going with Kevin Youkilis, who was in Moneyball, the Greek god of walks, and obviously laughed at the suggestion that it would be challenging at all to play first base.
Scar remains.
We'll be right back here with a little need to know. Then we'll talk some football at 9:30. Trash takes. I hope you guys have good ones today. I'll get the Trash Master hat out at 9:45. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The Mariners are giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, score seats for as little as $11 on select dates all season long. Plus, check out the expanded Mariners Value menu and beers available every game. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos for less than $5 and a great selection of brews starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood. And now, 2 new spots as well. That's IRGPT.com, IRGPT.com.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we talk a lot about baseball being a long season, right? 162 games, and there are ups and there are downs, and April was up, and May and really most of June now have been down. I mean, there's no doubt that's how you look at the way this has gone, but even on a day-to-day basis. And so, you get the wonderful sweep over Cleveland and then dropping 2 out of 3 to Boston. And yesterday, kind of just that familiar theme, Brock, where you get the starting pitching. Starting pitching was good in essentially every game in this series. They're just going to keep going through, especially at home, and starting pitching, they roll one after another after another. You got to hit home runs, you got to get on base. They did a little of the getting on base. They had 6 hits and 1 walk, but they didn't hit any home runs. The other team did, and unfortunately, that's not going to get it done.
I mean, we're trying to create the traffic and put the pressure on the defense and the pitcher. We've been able to do that. I think, we talk about Giolito in the first game and Crochet today. They made some good pitches when they had to get out of some tight spots. We're going to continue to create that and get the traffic on and get them in. And that's how we're going to continue to play, and that's what we look forward to doing on the road.
I think we all knew this as well, kind of going into the season. Just as that conversation we had with DJ, we all will have eyes on the offensive line, the run game, Kubiak. We all kind of know that. And I think we knew, Salt, going in, the margin for this team offensively was going to be slim. Pitching-wise, thankfully, it's been large, and it's been able to absorb some significant injury. And Emerson and Logan Evans, just star-level job and awesome. But you take JP out of the lineup yesterday for a needed off day, you see just the margin is just not there. Right, when Cal, you love to give Cal a little more time. How can you possibly give Cal more time off? I mean, he's won you so many games. One of the best players in baseball. He's got 27 home runs.
Because it's a long season.
I know
unfortunately, you can't let it get too far away from you at the same time. Now, if you look at the standings today, you're 5.5 back of Houston. That is in danger of slipping away. I mean, you keep playing at the same rates that you are now, you're more than 11 games back when this season ends. So, yeah, you got to be in the
division.
In the division, yes. Still just half a game back in the wild card.
Right.
So right in there with a mix of about 6-7 teams that are all going to be fighting for that wild card, I would assume, for quite some time. Luke Raley going to get called up tomorrow, it sounds like, back from his rehab assignment this weekend. That, according to Adam Jude, who put that out a little bit ago. They are heading out on the road. They go to Wrigley to play the Cubs, then Minnesota and Texas.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You could say forget about it to Jair Alexander. Maybe it was never really a thought to begin with, but the former Packers cornerback signs a one-year, $6 million deal with the Ravens. Louis Riddick likes that deal for Baltimore.
It's a really good fit. And where they've struggled in particular in 2024 was on the perimeter in the secondary. This is where they were really suspect. This is where teams attacked them. And the fact is, Jair primarily is an outside lane player. Now what you can do with Marlon Humphrey is put him in the slot at the star at the nickel position where he's most comfortable, where he's most deadly. You can keep Kyle Hamilton in the middle of the field with Malachi Starks. And now Jair and Nate and Chidobe and anyone else who wants to go ahead and buy for playtime can buy for playtime on the outside.
Yeah, and I hope, honestly, the more that I think about this over the course of the morning, Salk, and talking about it in these need-to-knows, I hope this kind of sets the market now for either Rasul Douglas or Shaq Griffin. Shaq Griffin will be plan A. That's who they want. That's who they know. I think he has wanted a little bit more money than what, obviously, the Seahawks and the Raiders have both offered. Otherwise, a deal would be done. And I hope this kind of sets the ceiling for what a 1 year on either of those guys looks like, and preferably a Shaq Griffin back here in Seattle.
Well, that would be good, and still kind of needing that one other piece to help out.
What did DJ say? Every team around the league, if you surveyed 32, what did he say? Every team would say, I'd sure love to have one more O-lineman and one more corner.
Yep.
And Shaq is the corner that they would certainly love to find.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Owners are selling, Brock. Everybody wants out of the sports business all of a sudden. Maybe it's because so many people want in. I don't know, but it's turning over. Yesterday, two stories. First in Los Angeles, where the Buss family is selling 85% of the Lakers to Mark Walter, who's the current owner of the Dodgers. Just a $10 billion valuation. Here's Shams.
10 billion reasons why. And like I said, Jeannie Buss and the Buss family seemed like they were poised to keep this team forever. And there are two executives there, actually, that are Buss family members. It's the Buss brothers, Joey and Jesse Buss. For the family to now sell for $10 billion, it's an astronomical figure. It's something that, of course, is now going to set an immensely high bar. You think about it, they're the largest sold franchise in sports history in the world. And that includes soccer teams, football, or should I say football teams abroad. That includes NBA teams, MLB teams, anything in the world, $10 billion. 10 billion reasons why.
Well, they're getting $10 billion. Stu Sternberg and the Rays are only going to get $1.7 billion for that team. So pretty different valuations.
Why haven't you, by the way,
bought a team?
No.
I'm working on it.
You just don't want to give any credit to Scoop Dog? I mean, he kind of has another tentacle to this that we haven't brought up yet.
Yeah, no, it's interesting.
The tax situation as well. Like, do you just not want to give Boy Howdy any credit, any love?
Is that, you think, what's happened in our text exchange? I think he made a really interesting point.
Oh, no, it's been wonderful privately. I just wonder publicly, are you ever
Well, Howdy's got this theory that and he's not wrong in some ways. Like there's some stuff in the big, beautiful bill that would change the tax implications for owning sports teams.
That's right.
And might
actually make it harder on
it harder on sports owners and the way they can defer interest, taxation, etc. And I'm not going to get into all the details. I don't understand all the details.
Too many details, yes.
But Howdy suggested he thought maybe it would lead to some teams selling before this kicked in.
And you know what Howdy's doing right now? Look at him.
He's nodding right along, and he's still
in his
convinced.
Bakery.
Yes.
He's got us on in his bakery right now, making sourdough with his lovely bride.
It's a great
like
theory.
A
I just, in checking with some people that I know who would know more about it, what I heard was that it's unlikely to be in the final version of the bill because they think Trump will kill it, and/or the Republican Senate will kill it. But also, I don't know. There was some other stuff. But we'll see. It's an interesting idea that Howdy had. I'm not trying to deny him credit. I love it.
Great.
All right, that's everything you need to know. Jeez, what?
Don't be a howdy denier, Saul.
Me?
One thing in life you don't want to be. Don't be a howdy denier.
I would never deny the presence of Boy Howdy. Yeah.
No, you just can't.
Never. I would never. It's felt every day. I promise.
Years later, it's still felt, and that's nothing against you, Lyle. It's just that it's the marks that he left.
The sheer force of that obnoxious personality just will never go away.
Scott Service looking at him. You little filthy animal.
Oh my God, Scott. Oh my gosh. You know what? We got to change the subject before we end up talking too long about Howdy. All right. I got a lot of
sound, dude. So much sound.
The sound hound was out of control yesterday.
Why is it so shrill?
Yeah, Brock. Why is it so shrill?
Oh, you want a harsher?
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you.
That sounds much more like Mora. Yeah. That's.
You sound like you're doing the Diamond Dogs thing from Ted Lasso.
Whatever it is, it's next on Brock and Soul.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
All right, guys, we got a date. We've got an official opening date for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel will be open on August 8th. Book now. Bookings are open for an unforgettable summer experience starting on August 8th. You're going to get everything from the new hotel to the new destination spa to the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center to new restaurants. It starts at snocasino.com. Book now because Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Spring is back. Our bats are back. Is your postnasal drip and congestion back as well? Hi, this is Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We are a proud national center of excellence for helping hundreds of patients with Rynair. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, Rynair is a minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip, congestion, and stuffiness after only one treatment. Come see us in Auburn or Federal Way. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,500 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with no credit financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing is available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Bump here for the From America for America event at West Hills Ford. Buy 2024 Ford Bronco Badlands with a low 3.9% APR for 72 months on approved credit. Offer ends July 2nd. West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party, Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile. Fly ball right field, sailing back, gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh! Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom! Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we will, a day late, sorry, we had the long interview yesterday with June Lee, so we will have Trash Takes coming up on a Thursday to this week. We'll do that coming up in 15 minutes to finish up the show. I'm excited to see what you guys have for today in terms of Trash Takes.
I got a new voice finally.
Oh, good.
A new voice I added to my mix.
I'm excited about that.
You're welcome.
I always look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. So the Trash Master will be sitting in judgment in about 15 minutes. Before we get there, the Sound Hound was out doing her work yesterday and found some pretty cool stuff from John Schneider. So this was with John Middlecoff. That's where all this sound comes from. And let me jump into it, Brock. Let's start with the guy that I'm kind of obsessed with, Jalen Milroe. He talks about whether or not, or kind of, well, it's an interesting comp on Jalen Milroe. Let's just say that.
I go back to Brett again because Brett was like, they had those wow throws and then those whoa throws. You're like, whoa, that was amazing. Or no, yes, nice throw. You know what I mean? But like, there was a little bit of that with Jalen as well. And then Brett's work ethic, you know, I'm sure you've seen those videos where he didn't know what a nickel defense was, didn't know what a dime defense was. He was just a baller. And, but the work ethic on Brett was huge and the competitor. And so I hate like those, you know, comparing the talent levels and all that kind of stuff, but like the makeup of the person. We had him out here on a 30 visit, Jalen, and he really impressed everybody. And I'm talking like I said, like our player development people, the equipment people, our cafeteria, the people in the cafeteria.
I don't know. Like it's interesting. He used work ethic with Brett because that was not always, and certainly later in his career, that is not what I had heard.
Right.
So now where I think maybe the in between is an unbelievable competitive will, an unbelievable competitive fire and kind of ethos to his competitiveness, Salk, that was, I mean, I remember going when Damon was working with the Seahawks back in so I was in college. He got cut. So this had been when they saved the Seahawks in 1996, and Damon was working for Paul Allen, driving around the state with Mike Flood, going all over the state to Eagles meetings and, you know, Rotary clubs and raising awareness and doing all that work. And I was at the University of Washington and got to go to a Seahawks game, and they were playing the Packers, and got to sit in the suite there in Paul Allen's suite with Damon and some of those folks and watch Brett Favre play. And it was like, in that era, there couldn't have been anybody my age that didn't go, I want to play like him. He was the Mahomes before Mahomes. And Mahomes, I am sure, watched a little bit of Brett Favre. Like, that's me. I want to play that way with that just competitive will. And that's where I'll be really curious with Jalen, honestly. He has got wow. He's got athleticism. He's body beautiful. He's got a freakishly fast trait. But by the end in Alabama, they were kind of ready to be done. they were kind of ready to move on to the next one.
It's interesting that you say all that about Favre and the competitiveness, because what do you always say about, don't tell me you're competitive.
I know.
Tell me how disciplined you are.
Show me your
and
discipline.
Favre doesn't have any of that. He
Well,
didn't
and I
have
think
discipline on the field. He didn't have discipline off the field.
And it caught
He
up
didn't
with
have
him.
discipline in his personal life. I mean, he didn't have discipline anywhere. He's the polar opposite of discipline, and he's not being disciplined for all the things he did wrong. It's really remarkable. So he kind of goes against everything you say about that.
That's 100%. And it certainly cost him over the course of his career, cost him some of his reputation and legacy, right? But as far as just the will to compete and the will to play, Salk, that was off the charts when he was in his prime. And I will, honestly. And we'll learn this about Jalen in camp. He's going to have bad days. He might have a bad quarter in a preseason game where he doesn't have much help around him. And what happens? Do you get tentative? Do you get tight? Do you just tuck in and run? Or do you kind of keep playing the game with that fun and that flair?
Well, I mean, tucking in and running is not the worst idea for him either. I mean, sometimes that's probably where he'll shine. John asked here about pressure for a young head coach. Obviously, Mike Macdonald is that. Here's his answer.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the older brother, much like Pete was with me. I don't know if it's pressure, because we're every day is you're just stacking to get better every single day. So that hasn't changed. But it's definitely more of a, I could talk to Pete about, studying Brett, to your point earlier, wow, you got to have patience with quarterbacks. I mean, Brett was that was my first exposure to a big time NFL quarterback. There was a lot of interceptions,
Yeah.
But, but just I could talk to you about that. And whereas Mike's kind of wow, what was Brett Favre like? That sort of stuff. So the experience is different, right? We're getting ready to draft Russell Wilson here. He was targeted, and Pete and I are sitting on the phone, talking to, Coach Grant about Fran Tarkenton, on the phone, lack of height, great feet, moving around, it's just different. Pete's 20 years older than me. Mike's 38, and I'm 54. So,
yeah,
pretty big difference.
Yeah. Kind of been reversed, right?
Yeah,
kind of
I like that he says older brother, though, as opposed to dad like that. I mean, it's not that kind of a relationship, but older brother's probably a good way of saying it.
I mean, it's not like we are with Lyle, right? I mean, it's just life experience.
No, that feels closer to dad at some point.
I mean, he grew up listening to us. Schneider grew up watching Pete Carroll. Very, very strong, very analogous situation. Yeah, very much.
Very, very similar. Let me give you one more from John, and then I want to play some stuff that we heard earlier from Daniel Jeremiah. Here he is talking about the Senior Bowl and the combine, right, and kind of where they were at that point and setting the stage for what would eventually occur with the changes at quarterback, wide receiver, et cetera.
Yeah, really just preparing for, what that period of time right around the Senior Bowl and the combine is really a preparation for, what's the landscape going to look like and how quickly can we pivot. So, if things are going a certain way with the negotiation, how do we pivot? So getting everybody on the same page. So relying on Coobs for sure, the experience he had with Sam, Kevin O'Connell, professional friend of mine. Ryan Grigson is there now too in Minnesota. Rob Brzezinski. Relying on our contacts and the character, the leader, everybody that's coached him over the years, and then watching his progression and watching him improve.
I apologize to Bump and Stacey or Bob and Dave. I don't know which show does it most consistently, but it's kind of that what if. What if this would have happened?
Mm-hmm.
What if this would have transpired?
That's the afternoon show. That's Dave and Bob's deal. What if Wednesdays?
What if Wednesdays? What if in all of this, and we didn't really drill this down all that much, and actually I'll try to figure out between now and maybe the start of training camp, I think one of the most enormous what ifs in this whole typhoon of an offseason. What if Minnesota would have franchised Sam Darnold?
Mm-hmm.
Then what? And that was around that time, right? The franchise tag happens before the league year begins. It happens around the combine and all of that. What if Kevin O'Connell and Minnesota, just didn't feel 100% on JJ's knee or what have you, and we're just like, you know what, we'll franchise him. We want that security. We'll have that in our back pocket. What if Sam Darnold had been franchised? Would you have pivoted? Would you have been able to pivot off of that, or would we be sitting here talking about Geno Smith and Clint Kubiak's system and
Right.
the play action and the movement and supporting him with the run game? And like honestly, I don't think that there was another pivot to the magnitude of a Sam Darnold in this free agent class or move to be made.
Right. No, Geno probably would have been gone either way. I don't know what you do at that point. I mean, maybe it's a Daniel Jones type of a thing, and you're really much more so in the drafting a quarterback world, right?
Maybe.
I mean, my guess is it probably would look something like that. Maybe we're having.
So you think if Sam Darnold had been franchised? See, my gut says had Sam been franchised, you would have worked a deal out with Geno. I don't think they love this draft class. I think, Dart and Shuck and those guys were okay. I don't think they loved it. I think they loved where they got Milroe in the late third round.
Right.
But my gut would have said they'd have found a way to do a deal with Geno. I may be wrong on that, and I'll do a little digging, but man, that is one heck of a what if in that whole pivoting situation.
Yeah, that would have been would have created such a weird deal in Minnesota, I think. So I don't think it was likely to have gone down that way, kind of looking at it now and how happy they seem to be with J.J. McCarthy. But yeah, no, it's a good question you ask. Real quick here, and I'll probably spend some more time on this tomorrow. Brock, you said it. Of everyone we've talked to about the idea of Trey Hendrickson, no one was more into the idea than DJ was. We asked Daniel Jeremiah about it earlier.
That was what the price is. I know you got to pay him a bunch of money, but heck yeah, I mean, I'd be in the business of trying to collect great players, and they've got a fast defense, they've got a very talented defense, but man, you throw in a guy like that who's gonna get off the bus and get you 12 to 15 sacks because he's such a good, natural, instinctive pass rusher, and you're in a division where you got to go hunt Matthew Stafford. Yeah, 100%. I would try and be in on that. They're a good defense now, and they're a fast defense, and they're athletic, and they've added some more young pieces. I don't know, like when you get down to it, when you get to 3rd and 7, and you're looking at this front, you go, okay, man, there's a lot of really good players there. But I don't know that I'm looking at that group saying, okay, this is 100% where I've got to direct extra attention, and I think he would be that guy.
I mean, that's basically exactly the point I've been making, right,
Yes,
about Trey Hendrickson, which is I like the guys I have on this defense. There's nothing wrong with this defense. In fact, it could be really good.
They're starters.
You got all starters. You might even have 4 starters on the edge, but you don't have a Trey Hendrickson who everyone has to account for at that position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that difference between starter and star. I think
at all?
that was the most compelling kind of conversation within all of this. I do wonder, again, this is just kind of wondering aloud. It's a little bit like our Mariners and what the next 10 games, seriously, this 10-game road trip is going to be just, as far as the division goes, it could be monumental.
Yep.
You go on the road and you go 3-7, and all of a sudden you're 3 games under 500, and 9 games out of this division. Like, like this is a big one.
Yep.
And the team is going to tell, right? Their play and their performance is going to tell management what to do and ownership what to do at the deadline. I do wonder, Salk, if they feel good about Sam Darnold. Right? It's just that whole, hey man, we're in a go zone. Like we're in a window right now where we're going for it. Like, do they feel good enough about Sam?
Yeah. That's a good way of
Cooper,
looking at it.
JSN,
because if you don't, maybe you don't want to mess around with that right now.
I need to keep those draft picks, and I need to keep $20 million in cap space, and I need to buttress some of these issues over the next year or two.
Buttress.
But if I feel great about Sam, you like that?
Buttress? Yeah, it's a good use of buttress. It's not a word you hear a lot. It's a good word.
Yeah. I should. You know what? I should add that to my repertoire.
You should.
A little more.
Yeah, I'd like to hear you say buttress more.
But if you're in go zone, like we're go for it. Hey man, the Rams knew we have Aaron Donald, we have these pieces, we feel great. We got to go for it. We got to make this trade. We are going to go for it. Bring in Jalen Ramsey, bring in Leonard Floyd. Like, do they feel with their young people and all the change offensively good enough to be like, yeah man, let's do it. Let's go for it. Let's eat up cap space, draft capital, because this makes us elite, and we feel good enough about our offense that we can win this dang division and make some noise.
I think that's really, really well said. Unless you just say, look, we think Trey Hendrickson has 4 good years left. We just want him. And at some point, we'll figure it out. Just as DJ said, like, I want to be in the business of getting good players. He's a good player. He's in the prime of his career. He's one of the best defensive players in the league. It's why he finished second last year and the runner-up to the Defensive Player of the Year. And if you got a chance to put him in this scheme, he could be even better. Yeah, just do it. And then you'll figure the rest out later. So, I don't know. I like the idea. Nothing's happened yet with him in Cincinnati. We'll see if it goes down. Maybe this is all a pipe dream. But I am intrigued, certainly, by the conversation. Okay, if you missed any of DJ, you'll hear it tomorrow morning at 6:30, and I'll react to some of that. I got some Hasselbeck stuff to react to tomorrow as well. G. Scott will be here. Right now, though, Brock, we didn't get to do it yesterday. I want to hear your trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash. Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Saul.
That's a terrible take.
Mm-hmm. The hat's out. The Trash Master is in.
As the champion, I am going to go third.
Okay.
There's no hesitation on my part. I'm putting these two in front of me. Let's see what you got.
Maura, where would you like to go?
I'll go first.
Maura's going to lead off. Maura likes to lead off. The Sound Hound. She's been doing the work. She's been putting the work in.
Mine were going to the world of golf. Jason Day in the U.S. Open last week has some confusing NFL allegiances.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that your bag is yellow and black. You were wearing a Man of Steel outfit today. Is this an homage to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
You know what? No, unfortunately not. I do like the Steel. I do like Pittsburgh sports in general, even though I do live in Columbus, Ohio, and my favorite football team is the Cleveland Browns, even though they have a rivalry. My second favorite team is Pittsburgh.
What?
And I know I'm going to get a lot of slack for that. But, I do have the Pittsburgh colors on today, so I'll just leave it at that.
You can't do that.
That doesn't make any sense.
One of the bigger rivalries in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite teams is the Yankees. My other favorite team is the Red Sox. What? You can't think that way.
They hate each other.
What?
I mean, to be fair,
I hate to out him. I hate to out our guy Brandon Garcia, who's down in the minors. He told us he grew up liking both teams,
both the
Yankees and Red Sox.
What?
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what we kind of said.
You can't do that.
And then we had one of his buddies on, who's one of the other minor leaguers, and he was like, "Yeah, what?"
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm worried now.
That's a non-starter. That doesn't make sense. I'm out on that.
I mean, to be fair, didn't John Clayton, a beloved Pittsburgh Steelers fan, didn't he also love the Browns?
Yeah, I would say he did not. That's not the way I would describe John's feelings about the Cleveland Browns.
John's feelings about the Cleveland Browns.
I believe we would
but
accuse
also
him of
too.
being a Steelers fan because of his hatred for the Browns.
No,
would always say,
but
"I'm
also
not a fan.
too.
I'm
I'm
a
not a
reporter."
fan, just a reporter. Yeah, but also too.
Hated the Browns.
He really did.
Oh, you did not like anything about them.
Well, look, that's interesting, Jason. I'm just glad Jason's okay. So I'm just glad his physical ailments didn't crop up in the middle of that interview. All right, so good one more. Jason Day, very, very hot take on a love for both the Browns and the Steelers. Lyle?
Speaking of the Red Sox, also speaking of June Lee, who was just on the show yesterday, he wrote a second piece, which I guess we didn't really get to, and it was about all the dysfunction between the Red Sox front office and everything that went down with the Devers trade. But one of the things that he reported is, I can't even believe this is real. He said, the Red Sox reportedly used an AI bot to conduct the first 5 rounds of interviews for a candidate they were recruiting to work in their baseball operations department. So their take is, we don't need to sit here in person and interview these people. We'll let AI and computers do it for us. So that's my take.
I like how Lyle's been told his isn't a take often enough that he's like, so that their take is
Here's my take,
that they're using
and
AI.
here's the take. This is a take. I just want everyone to know for trash takes.
Is it a take?
Not really. It's not really, but that's okay.
He's pulling a take out of it
Right.
and saying this is what they think because they did it.
It is what they think.
Okay, fair enough.
It's Lyle's take.
It's really more of
Lyle's
it's
take.
Lyle's take.
It's pretty horrible though. The fact that they did that.
The rules.
I thought you were.
No, not
I
his-
thought you were ripping.
I should really
Oh, I
just
thought-
start showing up to these and say, I got nothing instead.
All right, so all right, Brock, you're gonna get to go third. Maura went with Jason Day, J Day, and Lyle's going
Lyle had
with
his own take.
take on the Red Sox and
His own
AI.
take on the AI,
What
yeah.
what do you have, Brock?
So this morning or yesterday morning, Coach Sanford got up in front of the boys and said, "Hey, I know you got aches and pains. I'm looking at this medical report. I've never seen personally more shin splints in my life. So we got a lot of shin splints with our big boys. We got a lot of issues." And he said, "Pain is weakness leaving your body."
Are these
And you've
football
got to know
players?
the-
I got shin splints all the time in track. They can't handle shin splints?
Thank you, Maura.
You get
gotta know
shin
the
splints
difference.
just from not being in shape.
You got to know the difference between pain and hurt versus injury.
Okay.
Emmanuel Acho? Emmanuel, not
Yeah,
Sam. I love
Emmanuel
Sam.
Acho.
Yeah, Emmanuel Acho. His take here on Mr. Halliburton. I'm not buying this.
I'm not going to applaud you for playing hurt. Most selfish thing I've seen Tyrese Halliburton do is try to play hurt. Because he tried to be a hero. Oftentimes in basketball and sports and even in this culture, we have this machismo alpha male idea of, I'm going to put the whole team on my back. No, what you did last night was put the whole L on your back, Tyrese Halliburton. Because your backup, McConnell, was the only player I would suggest that had a legitimate plus-minus. Shout out to Benedict as well. In that game, McConnell had the second most points scored in that game, but you, Tyrese Halliburton, thought that you were going to be a god. You were going to be a hero. You said if you could walk, that you were going to walk on that court. You should have walked your butt to the back end of the bench, is what you should have done. No made field goals, no steals, no blocks. You was out there just running and jumping as if this were track and field, as if the job on the court was not to put the ball into the basket.
Well, thank you. You guys have made this very easy today. This is a very, very easy one. I don't even think it's close. Lyle, again, not a take. It's a ridiculous thing the Red Sox did, but the game is trying to find a take, something someone said about what's going on in the world of sports that was a bad take on it, and try to point out that it's not a good way of looking at it. I'm with you that that's a very silly thing the Red Sox are doing, and that is an overuse of AI, which is very concerning in its own right. I was just reading about how ChatGPT users are essentially getting dumber. Like rapidly. There's a whole thing in Time about it. Have you seen that? Honestly, very concerning. But that's not a take. So sorry. Mora, it's a great one. I love you. And Jason Day is one of my favorites, but also one of my favorite people to make fun of. Brock and Kyle and I have been making fun of Jason Day for years. And obviously every time I play Chambers and I go from 9 to 10, or really from the tee box on 9 down to the green, we chuckle about poor Jason having his bout with vertigo because Ellie was up late the night before and the kids and everything else. So any excuse to make fun of Jason Day, who I actually root for, I do enjoy. And that is a bad take on his part. But Emmanuel Acho's take is absurd. That's just such the opposite of the way that to me is like the perfect example of somebody looking for a contrarian hot take. You're trying to get mad at somebody for trying to gut and grit their way through it. That's literally what we ask athletes to do, and we glorify them for it when they're able to. If it didn't work, then that's up to the coach to sit him down and say, I'm sorry, you're just not effective. It's not up to him to take himself out of a game and put himself over there because he's hurt. That's absurd. That's not the way athletes function. Go watch some of the Stanley Cup final, Emmanuel. That's ridiculous. That's an awful take. That is a hot take for hot takes perspective. And Brock, you were the clear, dominant winner today.
I feel like the Mariners. I started hot, and then I just went on a terrible run.
Yeah.
And now back to back. Let's hope this portends to good things for our Seattle Mariners.
That's the dumbest. That's one of the worst takes I've heard. I hate that take.
Oh, it made me mad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't play hurt. In Game 5 of a 2-2 series with the Indiana Pacers.
You should personally, you're being selfish by going out there. No, if the coach doesn't think he's effective, take him out.
I mean, that's where I do ultimately think it's on the coach, like Shanahan with RG3 that year the Seahawks played him. Like, he needed to take him out of that game.
It's not the player.
But the player wanting to sacrifice themselves and gut it out is
Any
not.
player that asks out is immediately labeled as a wuss for the rest of their career, as they should be. That's not the way it goes. Come on, he knows that. He's a professional athlete. That's just a bad take. That's a take for hot take's sake. I'm out.
Lyle will be better next week.
A lot of people wondering if Lyle's using ChatGPT to find his hot takes.
I'm just going to show up with nothing. Like
no,
I said.
Don't show up with nothing. Show up with a hot
that's the answer.
take.
Oh, just I want to quit.
Yeah,
just
quit.
Didn't you win it like 2 months in a row?
I just go to the end of the bench.
I didn't follow the rules, and then when you called me out on it, now I don't want to play anymore.
Didn't Lyle win like 2 weeks in a row, though?
Yeah,
like
when he comes up with actual hot takes, he's good at this. All right, we got to go. Tomorrow will be fun.
I'm not going to do trash takes.
All right, Bump and Stacy coming in next. I see Stacy. I see Curtis. We'll be back with you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, see everybody.
Get to the chopper! For Down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Church's Chicken is bringing even more flavor to the neighborhood with our Bremerton location, and we can't wait to share what we've been cooking up. So stop by and try our bold, juicy, flavor-to-the-bone fried chicken with all our only at Church's Fixins. Yeah, your newest fave is waiting with unbeatable deals and unmistakable crunch right here at the Church's Chicken in Bremerton on 4000 Wheaton Way. That's right. Come on down. Friends, family, and neighbors welcomed at 4000 Wheaton Way in Bremerton. See you soon. Church's.
Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We are together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With
24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified, plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card, allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
In a new record NBA sale, the Buss family sold a majority ownership of the Lakers for a franchise valuation of $10 billion, the most ever for a U.S. sports franchise. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne reports Jeannie Buss will remain the